Hello. Yep, I was running a little late. Should have started 7 minutes ago. And hey, we're playing some Final Fantasy XIV. Hooray. Let me double check something here. Okay, just making sure of something. I was testing some stuff earlier. I was like, I wonder if I left a filter on my mic. Like, nope, we're good. Alright. So, we're actually getting very close to finishing A Realm Reborn. Which, of course, means we'll unlock Machinist. We'll take a break for Pokemon for, like, 2 months, give or take. Because it's going to be October is going to be Brilliant Diamond and probably most of Pokemon Shield. And then November will be, like, the rest of Shield, plus making the Living Dex and Pokemon Home. And then Gen 9 comes out in November. About mid-November. And then we'll be playing that. Very rarely does a game come out where I stop playing whatever I'm playing, whether it's 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, whatever, and just play one thing every day that I stream. That's going to be one of them. When Gen 9 comes out, I'll be playing that every day. And the cool thing about Pokemon is, Pokemon is not that long of a game. Yes, I'm going to play it slowly and enjoy it, but it doesn't take that long. It's not like it's going to be Dragon Age 4. You know, it's not going to be something that's going to take like 100+ hours. I mean, the longest I ever spent on a Pokemon game playing through the story and just getting to the end and not even counting like post-game stuff, probably like 30 hours, maybe 40, depending. I think Shield is a bad example because it has the Pokemon Den raid things, which I spent some time on. So, not counting that, the game probably only took like 30 hours at most. So yeah, that'll be like, math. I don't know, like 5-6 streams, maybe at most. And then we'll go back to doing what we're doing. We'll play some 14 Heavensward, and then we'll go back to whatever we were playing on Tuesday and Friday. Which will probably be Dragon Age. I mentioned before, Saturdays, during Pokemon time, Saturdays are just going to be Pokemon, just to make up for the 3 weeks I was just sick. Because I should have started Pokemon like 2 weeks ago. I would have been done with this if I hadn't been sick for 3 weeks. But after Pokemon's done, Saturdays will go back to alternating between like one-offs and the Tuesday-Thursday game, or the Monday-Thursday game. Because they tend to be JRPGs, which are longer. However, if anyone isn't aware, Dragon Age is long. Dragon Age series is long. It takes a while. So we might be doing like some random Dragon Age streams on Saturdays sometimes, instead of the Tuesday-Thursday. I mean, Heavensward is also long. It's an MMO. But Dragon Age is very long. So I'll probably be... Maybe I'll even alternate between that. Like, first Saturday will be Tuesday-Thursday, or Monday-Thursday game. Then like a one-off. And then the Tuesday-Friday game, Dragon Age. And then a one-off again. We'll see. Maybe I'll just replace one of the one-offs with Dragon Age. Saturday's a variety day. I can do whatever I want with it. And since Fall Guys Season 2 started, the new season of Fall Guys started today, maybe there'll be a Saturday stream that's just Fall Guys. I don't know. Or at least half and half. Alright, enough talking. So, we are in right now what's known as 2.5. It is patch 2.5. We only have 4 quests left of it. Then we will enter the last patch of A Realm Reborn, 2.55, which has more quests in it than the other patches do, at 16. However, I have been told it goes fairly quickly, considering there's 16 quests. Like, some of them are just, like, talkie quests, and none of them involve queuing up with other people, so that goes faster. And, yeah, like, all around, it's not too long. And I am planning to finish this today and Saturday. I've also been told the last mission or two might take a while, and there's going to be like a long cutscene to end it. So that's why I'm not going to try to squeeze it in all today. I want to relax and enjoy it, take my time, but also, you know, make sure it gets done in 2 days, which it should. So right now we're dealing with a zombie dragon. Potentially. Yeah, like it's like I want to be efficient with it, right? I want to be able to take my time and just enjoy it and do my usual thing, where I just, you know, might spend I might spend a half an hour just doing nothing. Kind of how I am. If it wasn't for a potential long cutscene at the end and having to queue up for a dungeon now, and for having to finish Crystal Towers, which I know I have to do, could probably get it done today. But all that stuff combined, let's just, you know, on Saturday, if we finish early, after a couple hours, we'll play some Fall Guys. We'll have some fun with Season 2 of Fall Guys. Now, I can do this with NPCs if I want. Crystal Towers, I can't. I keep calling it Crystal Towers. It's only one. It's one big one. Crystal Tower, I cannot do this. I'll do it with NPCs. Crystal Tower, I will need to queue. This'll save some time. The Keeper of the Lake. This is kind of fitting for a bard, isn't it? There's a scene with Edward, the bard in 4, at a lake. And kind of involved a zombie, sort of, kind of. Oh, that's fine. Also, hello, Callie, and Blue. Hello. And anyone who's lurking. All right. Ooh, look at this place. Am I full of Allegan tombstones? Should I have spent those? No, I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I already spent them on this outfit that I might recolor and use for the machinist, at least for now. I like how it looks. I think it's kind of like a cool mix between like armor, but also just like, kind of a casual look. Like light armor. Light armor that isn't Genji. That's why I'm using the, last time we went through some stuff, I'm using it for the Gunbreaker. I like how it looks like N7 armor. The ranged class version of it is fine, but not what I'm looking for. But I have been told in Stormblood there is a potential outfit that I will really like for Machinist. I also need to do PvP on my own time to save up for my abilities. To save up for the Sage outfit. There's one in there I like. Honestly, a lot of the outfits work for more classes than just one, obviously. You have like the tank classes, the long range classes, the magic classes. The one for Sage that I looked at, I forget which subset it's in under the PvP stuff. It really looks like Sage to me. Out of all the healer options, like I always think of White Mage as like being pretty like robe heavy. Like old school standard robes for White Mage. Like just like white priest robe kind of things. That's what I think of when I think White Mage. Scholar, I also think robes, maybe a little more ornate. You know, that kind of look. Astrologist, the Astro, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm also dying. I have no idea what that should look like. Remember that Jester outfit I found? Maybe that. I think Astro's kind of the weird one. But the Sage one almost kind of looks like a 80s sci-fi suit, almost to me, a little bit. Which I think fits it, because it's a healer, but it's also like Space Laser's Pew Pew class. So I think it fits. Just like how I think the N7 like armor that I got for my Gunbreaker works the best. Again, it's all opinion, but I think it works the best for Gunbreaker because Gunbreaker is kind of like a somewhat tech-based one, sort of, a little bit. Not so much as the Machinist, obviously, but. Alright, I think Frog was too far away to get hit by this, but now I think I'm good. Yep. And now I'm done. Like, I always think of, like, when I think of those, I think Paladin, I think big super armor. Big, bulky, knight armor with big shield. When I think Paladin, that's just what I think of. Like, white... I guess because Paladin, like, holy magic. You know, healing magic. I think, like, white armor. Big and bulky with big shield. Warrior, I kind of think, like, barbarian. Like, they still have armor on, but, like, you know... It'd be like a medium armor kind of look. Dark Knight, I mean, come on. It's, you know... What do I think of when I think Dark Knight? Dark Knight looking armor. Edgy. Spiky. Oh, dude, I didn't even notice. Yeah. There's still Marauder, Conjurer, and Thaumaturge, though. Which, again, according to the lore of the game, does make sense. Oh. Oh, I have to avoid the folly things. Okay. Now, this looks like a... Now, I'm going to say this, and you know what? I don't remember a lot of the Final Fantasy games that I haven't played in a while. This looks like a This looks like an enemy from 13. That's going to hit me. Yep. Just the design of it looks like an enemy from 13. Ten 2 has a few enemies that kind of have this look to them as well, like the mechanical snake things that shoot. But yeah, I'm feeling 13 on this thing. Oh, get away from the middle! Get away from the middle! Get away from the middle! Ow! For a little bit. And again, notice how once I stop talking, I actually use my abilities properly. By that I mean I actually use them. And dead. Oh. Even this place reminds me of 13. But just like the, I mean, to take a phrase from 10, like the mocking the look of the place. 13 has a lot of that. There you go. Oh, also something I looked up. Well, I didn't even look it up. I just saw it. I was always told to use AoE attacks when there's 3 enemies or more. Right? That's kind of like the go-to. But not every class is the same. I read that just because of how the class works, Gunbreaker. I know it's a tank and like damage isn't its main priority, obviously. But I read that. Oh, I need a key. Which is right there. I read that with Gunbreaker, it's more efficient to use AoE when there's 2 enemies or more. Just because of the damage difference between like its single target stuff. But the single target stuff heals you. Maybe there's an AoE that heals you later, but at what level I'm at, the 1, 2, 3 single target combo is the one that heals me. Oh, my controller died. Of course, if you have a white mage, if you have like a healer that's doing their thing, it shouldn't matter. But if you're doing solo stuff... Oh, come on, really? Oh, come on, controller. Oh, God, don't do this to me. How is it not working when it's plugged in? There we go. It just... Okay. It was working for like 2 seconds and then stopped. And then now it's working again. All right. I hate technology. My character, Kinnison, might be all about that tech and crafting. I hate technology. It just works when it wants to. There have been so many times where things just don't work anymore for no reason. Like, literally nothing happened. I did nothing. There were no updates. All of a sudden, you wake up one day and it's like, this doesn't work anymore. Now, hardware, that can make sense if it's old. But I'm talking about, like, software. All of a sudden, it's like, this just doesn't work anymore. Or things all of a sudden work. Great example. The way that I play console games while streaming, most of the time people use OBS. They will monitor they'll monitor the Elgato. Most people that use OBS that don't have a mixer, like a physical mixer, everything comes through one channel, desktop audio. And the monitoring device will also be desktop audio. So like all your alerts will go through desktop audio, but you want to monitor but not output, or else people on stream will hear it twice. Through its own like thing, but also desktop audio. But I use virtual lines to kind of separate stuff. However, for the Elgato, I just stream it like normal. But I need to be able to hear it. I had a few options. I had to do it a certain way because things wouldn't work properly. Somehow I was able to fix it. Point being, I could. Before I was just monitoring it so I could hear it, and then you guys could hear it, and then I would also mute the output so you didn't hear it twice. However, I no longer stream my monitored line because it causes issues. For whatever reason, when I monitor something through OBS, it causes a random pop or crackle in the audio. It's not just me. I hear it in other people's streams, and I have a friend that tried it, and same problem. It's probably most likely a hardware compatibility issue, because it's kind of random who has the issue. Anyway, since I don't stream that, every single sound effect I have in OBS is its own thing. I just stream it on the same channel. Because of that, if I monitor the Elgato, you guys can't hear that. So I still have to output the audio, which works, right? I hear the monitor stuff. I hear alerts and sound effects, but you guys don't hear it. So you don't hear it twice. Is there a key to pick up? Yes, there is. Now the issue is OBS had this issue with Elgato, and no one else I knew had this. The audio coming from OBS through the Elgato was like delayed by 3 seconds, but only in OBS. The PC itself heard the audio fine when I did listen to this device. The own Elgato software worked fine. It was only in OBS, and I could not fix it. So I just did the thing where I had Windows listen to it through my headphones. Because I use virtual lines, you don't hear anything on stream that is directly linked to my headphones. It has to go through the desktop audio virtual line for you to hear it. Ooh, a gunship. But then one day I was testing stuff, and I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to see what happens. And then randomly one day, the audio was no longer delayed by 3 seconds. As far as I know, there were no updates to Elgato or OBS at that time. It just worked randomly. There's no reason why it would have fixed itself. I did nothing different. Also, though, just in case it might unfix itself, I decided to just go back to the way it was before. It just means that if I ever want stream to hear something that needs to be monitored, I have to make it its own thing, which means I won't be able to hear it. But if I monitor it, I can hear it. Because my monitor device is my headphones. But I don't stream it, so. Yes, I made it overly complicated, but it does what I want it to do. Technically, that means if I ever wanted to listen to music, like copyrighted music, while I play 14, but not have it appear on stream, I can do that. I can set Spotify or whatever I'm using to play on my speakers and not through desktop audio. Eep. Ow, that hurts a lot. Alright, don't be hit by that. There is also the new, I say it's new, it's not new. There's a feature that I think is just easier to use and more prevalent now in OBS after the new update, where you can set what audio goes to what line on Twitch. Line number 1 is the one you stream, but you can set it to where line number 2 is your stream line, but not VOD line. So when it becomes a VOD afterwards, it takes whatever was on that second line out. Kind of like if you record it and then take a line out after the fact by just muting it. It was always there. That's been a feature in OBS for a while. It's just like, I think now it's like apparently easier to find in the settings, and also just it has like less stuff to it. It's basically, I think it's just been streamlined. Because I remember it being there for like at least the last 6 months. It's still not 100% safe to use, because there are people that they'll risk it. They'll play like copyrighted music on stream, but they'll do it to where it's not on the VOD, or they just don't have a VOD. They just have it set to where it doesn't record the VOD and doesn't save. So unless something is actively scanning your stream in real time, nothing's gonna happen. Because there's no VOD, or the VOD part, that part is muted. But it isn't unheard of for people to get copyright striked as they're streaming, so I'm not gonna chance that. So that's why I don't use that feature. I don't really have a reason to. The only thing I can think of is there have been very rare times, even for me, where I played a game on stream, everything was fine, but the VOD got muted in certain parts. I guess if you do it that way, but the thing is that was game audio. I'm not going to take the game audio out of the VOD, then it's just going to be me sitting here talking while you watch a game but can't hear it. But again, there's really the way that I do things, there's really no reason for me to use that feature. I say that now. Maybe in the future I'll set it up just in case. So when I play Stream Raiders and listen to OC remixes through Spotify, on the very off chance that causes something. Thing is, though, it would probably just mute the part of the VOD that has Stream Raiders, and that's fine. And when I make the, when I put the VODs up on YouTube, I cut out the Stream Raider battles, which is probably the most dangerous part, because I'm using, OC remixes. But as far as I know, as long as you somehow credit OC remix, they let you do it. They're cool with you streaming OC remix music. Just don't claim it as your own and you're good. And I don't, so. Also, I had the little widget set up to show what's playing. As someone who is not artistic in any way, I have a lot of respect for people who do that kind of stuff, whether it be visual stuff like drawing, painting, sculpting, whatever, or music. I in no way can do that myself. So it's like, even if there's a part where it's like, hey, you can use the music, don't even have to credit me. I'll still want to do it just because it's like, I could never do this kind of stuff.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Oh, hey. You're alive. Also, I see the new OBS update is still having issues with that. There was no sound for that.
The face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Okay. I think I discovered last stream that for whatever reason with the new plugin update, the very first sound that's supposed to be played from the program doesn't work. Let me make sure it's actually connected. It should be. It's not connected. Nothing's connected. That would be why it didn't work. It's supposed to auto connect, so why didn't it? Yeah, the auto connect doesn't expire until November. So why didn't it connect? Here, let me make sure this works. Save successfully. Why are you not connecting? What is happening right now? It should be connected. What's happening? Connect to Twitch. Okay, I had to hit the manual button connect to Twitch on the bottom here, even though auto connect is on. I guess I'm just gonna have to start checking this before every stream. I'm just used to it being automatic. Because it's okay, and then it disconnected. And then it reconnected. Hold on a second. Okay, I think it's good now. Let me do a test.
Shepherd.
Yep, there it is. Okay. Got it. I'm just gonna have to make sure to test it after. In fact, not only that, I've noticed that because, again, of the OBS plugin update, there's an issue where my Stream Deck will not be connected to OBS. I actually have to. It used to be that the Stream Deck software would run, and then OBS would start and connect. Now, when OBS starts, I have to turn off the Stream Deck software that runs in the background, and then turn it back on to connect. It's a little annoying. I think I'm just gonna have to start closing the Stream Deck software when I'm done streaming. That way, when I start OBS, I can then start that afterwards, and it'll connect automatically. That's probably the best fix. All right. Which one? What's our sponsor for the day? Tech support. That's our sponsor for the day. Cerberus.
Today's stream is sponsored by Cerberus, a sole organization in the galaxy promoting the advancement of humanity. Dedicated to the defense of human interests on the galactic stage, you can count on Cerberus to give you the human touch. Cerberus, the preservation and advancement of the human race.
I know I'm not supposed to talk bad about sponsors, but Cerberus. I really don't. I hate them. Still sponsored. I'll take their money. I'll take their non-existent money. But you know, the thing is, they probably respect me for saying that. Knowing Cerberus and the Elusive Man, me saying that after they sponsored my stream, he's probably like, I can respect that. He does represent humanity pretty well, doesn't he? Alright. So I have no idea how this fight's gonna go. Poison. Well, it wasn't poison. The fact that it was purple, I thought it might be poison, but it wasn't. Okay. Thought it was gonna be like a Dark Souls boss and just spray poison everywhere. Just goo. Rise, my children. Oh. Oh, hey. Hey, ads. The NPCs aren't attacking them, so I'm not going to either. Although I probably should. Oh, I can't target them. Never mind. Ow. I've heard, from what I've heard, the fights I never got to do that were changed for the better. I haven't really heard any complaints about how it got worse. Also, the fights that I did do in the story... Oh, hey. The fights that I did do in the story that I've seen changed, I agree, were good. Mainly it was just streamlining stuff. And that's good. I don't know where to stand, in the goo or in the goo. Oh, was it harder? Okay. Good. I don't mind when story stuff is made a little easier. I mean, it's story stuff. You have to do it. I'm sure there are people that want to play this game for the story and just have fun and just hit buttons and just have fun, and don't want to do a bunch of endgame stuff. So I definitely don't mind if the story fights are easier. Oh, maybe I should be, well, whatever, it's fine. I have a vulnerability stack. That's probably not good. Yep, that was dumb. Yeah. As I was walking through that middle one, I was like, that's gonna hit me, isn't it? But I have an amazing NPC. They'll take care of me. Ow. AoE heal, please. Let's do this again. Kill him before he does it. Kill him before he does it. No. I don't even have limit break set. I'm a bard. I always say, I mean, if DPS is going to use it, I always save it for the single target ones because they're better. I mean, notice how it's not on here. I'm not sure where to put it. Actually, didn't I put it by itself? No, I didn't. Okay. I thought I put it by itself somewhere. I guess I'll put it on. I did run one dungeon where I think it was a red mage used their limit break pretty well because it wasn't during the boss. It was right before the boss. We had a bunch of ads grouped together and they just blasted all of them with their AoE move. That was a good use because if we used it during the boss fight, it wouldn't have been nearly as effective. General, limit break. I think I'm going to put it... I just want to put it somewhere where I don't accidentally hit it. And since I only have one ability up here right now, chance of hit, I mean, come on, the chance of hitting that. The funny thing is, even if you accidentally hit limit break, you could just get out of it. Just move. You know how many times I had limit break in an easy to hit spot where I would accidentally hit it and then be like, oops, and just do this? Or when I'm using Red Mage and I do the wrong rotation and I'm doing an ability that has like a 10-second cooldown. And I'm just like, oh, whoops, and I'll just move real quick and then redo it.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
You're talking to the wrong person.
Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn.
No, I want Ishgard so I can become a machinist. Alright, we must protect Ishgard so I can become a machinist finally, and we actually get to play Heavensward. Because I've heard it's good. I keep hearing all this stuff about how good that expansion is. We're gonna save Ishgard.
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive.
That's a Klingon line. Doesn't Chancellor Gowron say something like that? It's like, blah, 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 we do not forgive. Or, I forget what order. It might be forgive, forget. We do not forgive or forget. And then he does that creepy smile of his.
Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution.
Okay, Midgar Zormer is not... I don't... The name sounds a little familiar from other RPGs, but I don't remember if Midgar Zormer is in another Final Fantasy game. I remember Midgard Zolom, which could have just been a crappy translation from 7. Ah, that'd be where from. I'm wondering, this child of his that wants retribution, is it going to be a name that I'm going to recognize from Final Fantasy or just something else? I'm trying to think. If they were to if they were to build this world up and pick one Final Fantasy thing to serve as the child of Midgar Zormer, who would it be? I mean, Leviathan comes to mind, but we already fought them, and they're... I mean, they are kind of a dragon serpent thing.
I rise to join in the chorus.
How much do I know Norse mythology? Not as much as some of the others. When I was in like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I kind of enjoyed that kind of stuff. In fact, my 7th grade history class, while most people 7th grade history that are around my age had civics, which is just like pre-government, I actually had Western Civ. So we learned about like Greek, Roman, Egyptian stuff, and it did dive a lot into the history, but also the mythology, because the mythology is a big part of their history. I mean, at the time, it was their religion system, so... Yeah, I kind of like that stuff. Also, I mean, there's a lot of other links to it. There was an animated show around that same time called Mummies Alive. Not very well known, but I liked it. It had a lot of Norse. It had a lot of Egyptian mythology stuff in it. And then, of course, there was Age of Mythology that came out, a nice RTS game. There's also, of course, the Hercules animated movie that came out a little bit before that. Obviously, they're all different. In Hercules, the gods are kind of nice and cool, in real Greek mythology, they are a bunch of jerks. You know, the funny thing is, I'm not going to say so. I really want to say something, but it's kind of a spoiler to another game. I won't, you know what? I'll be vague and won't mention what game it is. There's a thing in the game. I'm not even going to say what mythology it is. There's the thing in the game that is kind of like old school mythology, where all the gods are jerks. But there is one that isn't. But the one that isn't is the god that everyone says is a jerk, but isn't. And it's one of those things where if all the gods are jerks and do what they want, and they're selfish and power hungry and just don't care about humanity at all, of course they're going to say the one nice one is a jerk and is like the weird black sheep of the family, because they are. But since they're the ones who write the history because they have the power, they're like, we'll just say he's like the bad one. Get out of here. Like in the Hercules movie, Hades is the villain. But from what I understand of Greek mythology, Hades kind of seems like one of the more tame ones. He does his job and that's it. He isn't evil. And from what the stories I've read and heard, I've heard a bunch of stuff like what Zeus does and Hera does, and they're all kind of like jerks, but Hades is just kind of there. He's just kind of like, I'm just gonna be here in the underworld, I'm cool. Even if he is somewhat of a jerk, at least he's just like, leave me alone kind of jerk. Whereas Zeus and Hera are just like, zap people with lightning bolts and turn people into animals kind of jerks, so. Yeah, there's also that. He kind of got, I feel like he's kind of like got picked on, because Zeus took like lightning slash the sky slash like the king of gods, and his brother Poseidon took the entire ocean, which is 70% of the earth, and Hades got the underworld. It's kind of, that's kind of mean. But from what I understand, Hades he was like neutral maybe, but the rest were just like, we do what we want. But yeah, I don't know as much about Norse. In fact, the most I know about Norse mythology is because of other things. Like, Marvel. I know Marvel's not accurate, but still. Also, Too Human. Just kind of picked it up as I went. Yeah. Like Hades just does his job. He does his job, and he just gets a bunch of crap from everybody else. And then again, in the movie, he's the villain. Easily. So.
Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
Well, that was quick.
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, noble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Now, is this because Midgar Zormer respects Hydaelyn, or is it because he's afraid of her? When we had that shield up, he was like, oh, I see. Either he won't attack us because he knows it won't do anything, or maybe he's like, I'm not gonna mess with you because I know who you're friends with. Crystal? Nope, just beam. Ow. Huh. No, crystal. Maybe. You know, after that COVID break, I kind of forgot. How long have we had all the crystals in here? I kind of forgot. Oh. That's probably not good. If I know my Final Fantasies, whenever the part of the story is that the crystals lose their light, that's not good.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine.
But you don't have hands. So I guess that will be true no matter what. Huh. So did he just, like... Did he just take away our power? Like, obviously when you're playing as a character in a game, you have plot armor. You're the chosen one. But this game kind of gave you a reason why. Heidelin gave you power, and also you have the crystals on your side. Did he just take away our plot armor? So now we're vulnerable? So he's like, I'm not going to kill you, but I did take away your cool protagonist powers. So, good luck. Ugh. Great. Oh, he does have hands. Oh, is it like that kind of like bat kind of thing where his hands are like on his wings? Or does he actually have arms?
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Oh, that's not cool. That's indirectly killing me. That's a bunch of semantic stuff. No, this counts. No, this is BS. This counts. I hate this kind of stuff. Where it's like, you shan't die by my hands. You know, again, this is coming from something, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm going to keep it vague. It's like you capture somebody. It's like, give me some information. Like, but if I do, you'll just kill me. And it's like, no, I promise I won't kill you. And then they give them the information, and then they just like leave him tied up and like throw him into like a body of water. And it's like, I'm not killing you. The water is. Or they leave you tied up for like a bunch of animals or something. You played a pretty big role in it. I think it still counts. Now, if you say, well, I don't know, I think that's dumb. It still counts. You're still responsible.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
So how are we going to get back our cool powers? Baby Dwagon. Spyro. It's even purple.
The covenant binds me to thee.
Wait, hold on. Are we basically, is this like kind of like a Dragon Ball Z thing where, like, you know, we have different teachers? Are we going from Master Roshi to King Kai now?
I shall watch, listen, and wait.
Can I have this guy as a minion, like a little friend?
Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp.
That is true.
I drink of When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice.
I'm guessing that means the unloyal and unfaithful will suffer. That's usually how it goes.
The dragon's song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
No, that's not what he meant. No. Heidelin is just a sponsor for Gamer Fuel. And he bought some using her code. Oh, you may summon Midgarzormr by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide. So it's also Midgarzormr. There's big Midgarzormr and there's little one. Huh. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphanod left this message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stone at once. So let me take a look here. Where did it... Okay. No, there it is. There it is. Yeah, it's even smaller than it was. Why you get even smaller? It's fine. Yay, dragon. It reminds me of the familiar in Gauntlet games. I think different characters had different familiars, and one of them had a dragon. Or they're always dragon. Like, I think either all of them had. I think in one game they might have all had different familiars, but in I think Legends, the arcade one, and also I think it was on N64. I believe that one, they all had them. It was just different levels. When you evolved, so did your familiar, and I think one of the levels was just dragon. Man, I miss those games. Gauntlet games were fun. And when everyone talks about the old days of arcades, and you talk about playing if your fighting games were your thing, arcade fighting games are always fun. Like that one person who just keeps playing because they keep winning. Or like side-scroller beat 'em up like X-Men, Simpsons, Turtles in Time. Those are all great. But then you had the Gauntlet games. Quarter Munchers is definitely, because your life... Man, those kind of games are annoying because your life goes down when you're not even getting hit. They definitely made those for money. Okay. But I played Gauntlet Dark Legacy on the GameCube with a friend, and it was fun. Man, I wish they could bring that back and give it online co-op. Can you... Okay, you know how Switch is doing that whole N64 thing? Like, they announced, like, a bunch of new N64 games they're adding, and they already had the Nintendo and Super Nintendo ones. It would be awesome if they did a GameCube one, and added Gauntlet Dark Legacy, and made it online co-op. Ooh, that'd be fun. And then you could have stuff like Double Dash online co-op. They wouldn't do Melee online co-op, because, you know, that would just take away from... With all the people who still love Melee... That would just take away from their newest one. Like, don't do that. From a business standpoint, like, don't do that. I mean, it's still... I mean... It could still work, because you have to pay for the GameCube subscription, and Melee might get a lot of people to get it just for that. I don't know. I guess they're still Nintendo customers. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. From, like, a business perspective. I mean, aren't they done coming out with Smash Brother characters? Whoever's going to buy the DLC and new characters probably already has. I don't know how that would affect them. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Emmerich's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. He's literally with me right now. Not in here, but... I just summoned the minion. No voice acting, boo. You conversed with Midgarzormr? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. I talk dragons. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and has sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Yep, he's been binging shows. That would easily last 15 years. There's so many TV shows and movies to watch. Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. I mean, for a god, 15 years probably is a nap. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. So, if Midgard-Zormr is now my friend, we have like a pact with him. He did mention, does he want to burn Ishgard, or is it, he said his people, his offspring. Maybe not him. I mean, he's kind of stuck where he is, so. It's like, can't we just tell him don't do it, since we're friends now, you know? But I think he mentioned, like, it's his offspring that are going to do it. One of them in particular. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. I was wondering that. There's a lot of plot threads that were set up in these patch quests. We only finished a couple of them. So, I was wondering, are we going to be, is this patch and next patch going to be dealing with this? Or is this Heavensward stuff? To be honest, I would have guessed Heavensward because it's such a big deal. The offspring of a dragon god attacking Ishgard sounds like something not to waste in a patch. So, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard-Zormr in its entirety. Yeah. So any like plot thread that isn't finished in here will be mentioned, I'm assuming, in the next expansion, or maybe even after that. Like the Ul'dah stuff. Or maybe patch 5.5 will be finishing the Ul'dah stuff. I don't know. We'll find out. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. That's a great point. The people of Corvus and Ishgard don't like dragons, and we now have a pact with one. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. You probably shouldn't spawn the minion either. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Oh, we didn't talk to him. He sent us a letter. Written with his own hands, because apparently he has them. Is there something you are not telling us, Kennison? You seem different somehow. It's almost as if you were missing something. Something important. Yep. 12 for Fang. This snake guy stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I now have snake dragon powers. I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It's like Power Rangers. We had the Megazord ability, but now we just got our Thunderzord power. Upgrade! It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard-Zormr made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silver Tear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Elphick and Nimia, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard-Zormr ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? But then why did he strip her blessing from me? Like, what? If they're kind of on the same side, or at least, he treated with her, and why do that? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. I'm just wondering what his motivation is. Is he kind of, like, rebelling against, like, his godmother? by being like, screw her blessing. I'll give you mine. I'm cool. Yeah, like I'm trying to think like what is his game here? Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? You're gonna bring that up, huh? What have you done with that? You know, you had the help of a god. Can you do anything by yourself? Says the person who gave me god protection again. Like, shut up. Oh, what if it's like a placebo? What if he didn't give us his power? What if he just stripped us of Heidelin's power and he's like, "Don't worry, I gave you my own."
Friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale.
Yep, that's all I did. I killed him. Didn't speak to him, didn't become friends with him. It's cool. Yeah, like what if it's like a placebo effect where we're going to go out and do the same stuff we've been doing, even more so, and then he's going to be like, "Ha ha ha ha. I never gave you my power. You've done all this on your own." Like maybe his motivation was like to set us free so we can have our own destiny. I mean, it kind of seemed like we formed a pact. It kind of seems like he gave us something. Right? I mean, again, plot armor. When the main character has plot armor and the game gives you a reason for it, when you lose it, you suck now. There has to be something to replace it, or else there's no reason why we're going to not be weaker than we already were. It's going to make no sense that we're just as strong as we were, unless we have something that replaces it. Unless you make the argument that Heidelin's power and the crystals did not make us more powerful. It simply protected us from certain things. We're still just as powerful, but maybe we're now vulnerable to certain things. Kind of like when we were fighting the Ultima weapon, and we had a shield form around us that protected us from the devastation. Without Heidelin's protection, we wouldn't have had that shield.
Remember to stay hydrated.
I give thanks to Helene for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness.
Time for some hydrate. By the way, my goal this week was to drink 6 bottles of water a day. I already failed. I've already failed. In fact, that was last week's goal. I already failed it. I'm now saying 4 bottles because that's... I can sometimes be like, it's weird. My brain sometimes just works in a stubborn way. I want to drink more water because I feel better when I drink more water. A while ago, I used to drink like a gallon of water a day. And after like a couple weeks of doing that, I felt pretty good. It does make a difference. But I don't know. It's like, you think it wouldn't be difficult just to drink water. But sometimes I just get in that mode where it's like, I don't drink for like a day. I need to stop doing that. I mean, there's such thing as water poisoning, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot. I honestly feel like your stomach might, if you do it all at once, like I feel like your stomach would explode from too much water than before that happens. I mean, everyone's body's different, but also I'm on keto. And you know what that means? I don't retain water as much. I mean, it's literally in the name, carbohydrates. Means my water weight is down. Means that the more water I drink, the more I expel it later. So that is true. That is true. Of course, everyone in history who has died has also breathed oxygen. Oh no. We're breathing poison. I mean, oxygen is also in water. That's it. Oxygen, I mean, too much oxygen will also kill you. Probably, right? I feel like 100% oxygen mix, like 100% oxygen would probably also kill you. Everything will kill us. We're squishy humans. If everything isn't just right, we're just gonna die.
Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other.
I need to look up who voices Lucia. Ever since I first heard her last time, she sounds familiar.
The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's Edelgard. That's why she sounds familiar. It's Edelgard. I was trying to place the voice. All right, we got Edelgard on our side. Please don't kill me.
Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different.
Now I can't unhear it. It's just more posh-sounding Edelgard. All right, well.
And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Cool. I wonder how she would have reacted if I told her the truth.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
That's a little annoying to me, though. In games that have voice acting, I get attached to the voices to the characters. To me, the voice is just as much the character as the visual part. That's why good voice acting is important. When characters are replaced, I don't know. And the bad thing is, I notice it even when it's like a random NPC. There are a few NPCs in Mass Effect that show up in 2 and 3 if you interacted with them in 1, and I can tell their voice actors are different. Doesn't matter. They have like 5 lines at most, right? Like these two, there's 2 characters I'm thinking of specifically. There are 2 characters you interact with in Mass Effect 1 on the Citadel, and they have like 20 lines, maybe between the both of them. And then in Mass Effect 2 and 3, they show up as NPCs, and they have like a handful of throwaway lines when you walk up to them. You can't even talk to them. But I can tell their voices are different. Oh, how am I gonna feel when all these characters have different voices? We'll see. By the way, that was 1 mission. I've been streaming an hour. That was 1 mission. So yeah, we'll see if I can. This is why I'm not trying to finish it tonight. These Guardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. They don't have to enter it to burn it to the ground. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgar-Zormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ether on demand. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbreda has Moonbreda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ashgardians is concluded for the moment. Until Heavensward, I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Yay! It makes sense the mission would be long, considering it was a dungeon one. I can see that being like a longer one in the patch. I mean, last stream, there was a mission that was like 5 minutes. It was just talking. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? All right. What is next? Voice acting. Please.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Oh, is that where the voice... No, here we go.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Uh-huh. Well, what if we make a blade out of crystal?
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, What are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
So is this going to be like, well, I was going to say wireless internet, like Wi-Fi everywhere. We'll set up routers everywhere of ether, and then that way anywhere in Eorzea we have access to it. It's also a power, though, so I guess it'd be like wireless power, which I guess is a thing.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out.
Okay, Scandy, when I looked at chat, and then I looked back at what she was saying and reading the subtitles, I thought she said etherical spoon. Because there's an S, there's a P, there's an O and an N in there. Alright. Also, Scandy, there is a new Stream Raiders event. Right, well, it's not new. We've had it before. New skins, though. Probably some older ones, too. Also, oh man, I'll when I pop it open, I'll show you. But I got I think everyone gets different objectives on the like 20-some quest thing you can do to get to like, some skins out of it. I ended up getting some bad ones, so those will be fun.
Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's Sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalimo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
It's going pretty good. We should be finishing A Realm Reborn on Saturday. We're going to finish all the quests. We're going to unlock Machinist at the very beginning of Heavensward, which means we'll probably have to watch like some kind of intro to Heavensward Basically, I want to start Heavensward, go straight to where Machinist unlocks, and then just get it. So that's my goal there. That way I can have it unlocked to practice during the Pokemon break. So, yeah, once again, we've been streaming an hour and a half now, and I've only done one mission. But like I said, some of the missions are longer than others, so that was a pretty big one.
Hurts you.
Renegade Hydrate, boo. To have seen that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The 4th have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilfred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Yeah. I mean, it's like cheap food lion tea, so... Your duties take you to Northern Thanolin, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamen travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that we can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. Ah, how extraordinary that my little Acelia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah! Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, milady. Ah, I shall be well protected, it seems. Didn't I beat you two up in like 2 seconds? Shall we be on our way then? We're gonna have to go save them eventually, aren't we? So where are we going? Conveniently, there's a teleportation point right there. All right. Up. Oh, wait, is it not in here, or is it? Oh, there you are. Okay. Commander Levier? I'll just say it that way then. Sent word that you'll be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Larkin. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raban's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Eldestein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Okay. Lieutenant Shepard, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draughtsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design no less. I'll be honest, I do not know what a sapper is. I know they're a real thing. Like, a real, like, historical thing. I just don't know what they do. I should probably look that up. Because they mentioned in here, they were also mentioned in a show I was watching fairly recently. From, like, a previous war. By my order, the Flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime... Hold on, my chair's messing. 1 second. Yeah, there we go. I needed a chair. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. Sappers are combat engineers, well that makes sense. Also, hello Jay. Are you enjoying new Fall Guys? I'm hoping that if I finish Final Fantasy XIV early on Saturday, I'll play some Fall Guys. I mean, I'll probably play some tonight after stream as well. So, get used to the new games. Lieutenant Eldestein wishes to share a report with you. Okay. We've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have appraised your fellow scions of the situation. Bye. And I am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Elian, and lend your much welcome strength to their counteroffensive. Yeah, counteroffensive, let's go. Ah. The booster. I don't think I can even get one right now. I'm pretty sure, like, once you, that's why you had to space them out. You couldn't get, like, both vaccines back to back. I think once you've actually had COVID, you can't get a booster for, like, a month or something. Glad to have you with us, Kennison. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castra Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons. But we also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They're trying to be sneaky, huh? They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Yeah. Captain Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and yours fellow... You and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth shall have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. Yeah. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Yeah, I said that right. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept those squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhasi. As scouts, his scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Hey, I'm an archer. I think archery is pretty good to, like, defend an area like that. Good. Just take them at a distance. I don't have to get too close so they can get behind me. Good. Right, I wasn't sure if they were on the wall or not. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detachment force will have sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all the would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back when the task is done. I kind of assumed I'd be a group of 1. Yes, we're going to split off into groups. Groups of 3, except for you. You're by yourself. Why did we meet on this side when I have to go this way? Oh. Wait, that's a different thing. Nope. That's that old mission. We're not doing that. Boo. Oh, I can use the AoE thing. Yeah, first time I forgot to use that. Reason being, in Final Fantasy XIV, as you level up with classes, you will get abilities. Some of the abilities you can use immediately, as long as you're not level capped below that point. Others, as you can see, I have a few that are grayed out, like this one and this one. Those have to be unlocked by doing quests. Since I don't plan on using Bard past 50, because once I get Machinist, that replaces it, at least for a while. Might bring Bard back later as like a secondary long-range DPS. Which is why for Sage, I didn't even map anything on the hotbar above 50. Let me get used to the 50 stuff, running a bunch of 50 cap dungeons or less. And then I will start adding in the new stuff and doing the missions. On stream, of course. I won't do any class quests above 50 off stream. Even the Realm Reborn ones, although I'll probably leave those at 50 for a while. Once I actually get them to 50. It shouldn't take too long. With the bonus XP for the earring, and the bonus XP for having a class way above that level, should be fine. Obviously, this mission has a purpose for the story. Like, you know, the Empire's doing stuff. We're trying to get some crystal to mess with. But after fighting a giant serpent god, I feel like running around killing little pockets of, like, no-name Imperials, you know, kind of a step down, right? I'm not going to say this mission's filler, because it does have a purpose, but... You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I'd be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Elaine know the west is now clear. I think it's Alien, but whatever. Alien? I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Eldenstein. Now, this mission could be done. Or we're going to hear like, oh no, the 4th is in trouble. You have to go help them. So what's it going to be? Lieutenant Shepard, what news of the Garleans? They're all dead. The raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amalja engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer... I said Amalja. That is Amagina. That's a little different. A little different there. In any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. Ooh. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alien has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadin lady with the large axe, so it appears she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanolin is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort like her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. I had a feeling she was going to be a fighter. It feels like only Minfilia is the non-combatant of the group, which is really weird to me because she's the leader. Like, even this person who is just conducting tests on Aethersite and stuff is a warrior with a giant axe. Like, everyone can fight, except for Minfilia.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me, an axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
You know, we're finally getting some backstory into this character. That worries me for their safety. They wouldn't be giving us some personal information about her only to kill her off in front of us, would they? Nah.
Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade.
Or in my case, some arrows. I still would love the idea that the game could be that customizable with different classes. Kind of like a single-player game. Depending on what weapon you use, what class you are, the Ultima weapon, like the weapon of light, whatever you want to call it, ends up being in the style of whatever you are. So, bunch of arrows.
I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
But I'm a bard. I don't use a sword.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
So are you one of the many bad ones, or are you like the weird, like, not bad one? I'm pretty sure I think that was mentioned last time by name. There's like one that's just kind of like, because he was like, what did he say? I think he said like, this series of events or this conclusion will make La Habrea happy, and then he was just kind of like, that sucks. So, I think there might be one that's just kind of like, I'm not with the rest of them.
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Very anime. Stopping a bladed weapon with one finger. Yep.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
I mean, I can't argue that, I guess.
But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light.
Yep.
Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
I was thinking it was going to be that, because it's the only staff that I know of that the game keeps, like, kind of showing you every time you go and talk with Minfilia.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Minfilia's always in danger. Maybe we'll see her fight. Yeah, probably not. I mean, the staff is in pieces, but I would imagine people like the Ascians can probably fix that. Hey, Hugabert. You're here. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Why did you wait for me? You got here first. Just go in. Keep them busy. Stall them until I get here. Do something. And it's gone.
You too.
Oh, no, it's there. Okay, she has it.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
So, what kept the Ascians, or just this guy, from just coming in here and stealing the staff whenever he wanted? He said the seal was broken. But he also said we no longer have the protection of light. It sounds like it's two different things, right? The seal was like a seal on the staff. But now it sounds like the protection of light was what made it so he couldn't come in here. So what's the seal? Maybe it's just both? I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, I guess maybe we'll find out.
You truly do not know. Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
I think Elidibus was the one... I'm not going to say he's like a good Ascian. I think he was the one that was like, I hate, like, La Habrea sucks. So, I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool if like one of them was on our side at some point. Like a rebel. And it's just like, you know what? The Ascians are kind of jerks. The term Ascian is fitting for them. Hey, Callie.
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
So this guy, what do we know about this guy so far? I thought maybe he could be a little different. He is different. The other Ascians are apparently patient and are willing to kind of like wait and plan. This guy could be even more dangerous because he acts. Also, he doesn't seem to attack anybody. I think he's basically trying to get the point across that he defends himself. Don't attack me and I won't hurt you. Whereas someone like La Habrea would probably just knock us all out or kill us. Or... Huh. It kind of makes this guy even scarier. Not only is he willing to act while the others wait, but he's like powerful enough where he doesn't even bother to attack you. he'll just take you out before you hit him.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Yay, Minfilia kidnapping. Number 2. I get the feeling this isn't the last one, too.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
And then, wait, hold on. It's gonna do it, isn't it? Yep. I was like, quickly before the rift closes, and then it just puts us here, and we can just do whatever we want before we go in. That's kind of funny. Oh, I guess the rift will stay open as long as I want to go in it. Okay, well I'm gonna go have fun at the gold saucer. See ya. All right, I guess I'll go. Okay, yeah, this is the other Q one. Okay. Well, I believe hold on, let me check. There's this one, and then nope, there it is. It already popped. Oh, I was gonna do stream raiders before it popped, but that was a lot faster than I thought it'd be. Well, it's just like a trial fight. This shouldn't take long. I should have started stream raiders first. Yeah, if this fails, I'll withdraw so we can do it. That might add on some more time, but oh, there we go. This shouldn't take that long. If we get to a cutscene afterwards that requires me to hit A to skip the dialogue to the next dialogue, I'll do it then. Haemophilia. We can't kill him. We don't have the stuff ready. I guess we could just beat him up. I guess that works. So, another fight that I know nothing about. I'm gonna stand next to the dancer. We have very similar roles. They probably know where they're going, so I'll stay next to you. Watching them try to separate from some attack, and I just keep getting next to them. Stop doing that. Nope, can't do it. Can't target yet. Okay, get those. Got it. Got it. Understood. Should I attack the shadow spirit? Move camera out. Yeah, that probably makes sense for this, so I can see where they're coming from. Look how small I am now. While this does give an obvious advantage on the battlefield, it's small. I mean, I'm just not used to it. I should probably play like this more often. At least in these kind of fights. Yeah, like raids, it makes sense, because you just have like a big open room. Makes sense. Alright, there's this again. Oh, I was hoping I could do that. I know you can't use that ability in combat, but I was hoping for like parts like this where you can't hurt the boss. Maybe the game would be nice and let us use my run ability, but guess not. Oh! Now, hold on. There's two different versions of the orbs. Interesting. Alright, everyone's kind of putting up their stuff for this big attack. Cool. All that temporary HP. Eep! So who's going to use their limit? I'm assuming it's going to be not the other three long-range DPS in the party. Should have guessed we were going to have a part 2. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm just standing here. And I'm dead. There's a lot going on here. Got random things falling. I'm guessing if they hit the ground, it hurts a lot. Oh, and there's the big one in the middle. Boom. Oh, okay. Well. Oh, this again? Gotta do this again? Ah. I see. Yes. Well, hey, this is the first time. This is my first, like, multi-stage one. All the others only had one. It's also necessary because we need to get our limit back up. Huh. I'm kind of curious why sometimes they hurt me and sometimes they don't. Alright. Alright, we're good. Oh, okay. It's alternate. Simple enough. Huh. This music playing right now, at least that part of it, reminds me of Dragon Age. Well, also, unlike other games, where you can kind of, like, figure out mechanics as you go, a game like 14, there's some stuff in this game, if you're not told what it is, you're not going to figure it out. Or you trial and error it, and you cost your team, like, several wipes, and... Or you might not even get a chance to trial and error it. Oh, hey. Alright, so... Oh, got that one. Okay, yeah, got it. When in need, I'll still take a couple of them if I have to, but, you know, if I can help it. I killed that person. Oh well. I could tell they wanted to go after it, but they had no health, so they didn't. I was like, I have to get it. I was kind of expecting them to get out of the way so we can kill them. I have to do it. I mean... Hey, he's almost dead. Might as well just save my cooldowns for the next part, so we can kill that thing faster. I can pop my buffs for everybody. So according to chat, it was like, if you're not, tanks can handle the meteors. Like, I know we take a lot more damage from them, so I get that. So tanks will do the meat eaters, and we help kill the thing. Wherever the thing is. There it is. That'll do it. Probably not worth doing damage over time, but maybe he'll go to full health. Yay! So that wasn't the second form. I thought it was a second form. Is that guaranteed to happen, or is that because we killed it too slow? Is it based on health, or is it based on time? Because if we burn them fast enough, do we just not have to do that part? Or if you do it way too slow, you have to do it more than once. Aha! We did it! Oh, hey, Minfilia. I guess, okay, cool. Bye. Well, we didn't kill him. You can't kill him. So...
You're safe. Thank the 12.
Yep. He just goes into soul ball. Oh, is he going to inhabit Moonbrea's... Uh-oh. Oh, no. He literally just, like, Okay, all right. See, I'm used to fighting La Habrea, who has a human body.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
La Habrea and the other guy, Libdibus, whatever his name is, they have, like, real bodies. So when we kill them, they have to find a new one or just go away for a while. I guess when you're just like an Ascian, your body just back. Huh. But if he's able to do that, then how do we trap him in the ether site if he's just that fast with it?
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
I think this has to happen. You ever see like a show or a movie or a game where the threat of the villain is so great, but for some reason they never win? Or they just don't attack when they should? Think about the Borg in Star Trek. If the Borg wanted to, they could send every cube they have at every Alpha Quadrant planet and just take them all. We would never survive. Everyone would die. But why don't they? Because the Borg are not in a hurry. No Federation species, no species for that matter in the galaxy, has the ability that we know of to take out the Borg. So what's the rush? They're immortal. They're not in any hurry. Plus, there's also the theory that I really like, where humanity is kind of a threat to the Borg in a way, but the reason why the Borg do not assimilate the humans immediately is because the Borg thrive on technology, but they can't make it themselves. Imagine playing an RTS game, which is funny because there's actually 2 Star Trek RTS games called Armada. Imagine being a build where you can't make your own research or own technology. You have to steal it from others. Then you would benefit from not taking everybody out right in the beginning. Wait for someone to get stronger, then steal their tech by assimilating them. So there's a theory. This has to happen. The fact that this guy could appear whenever he wants in here for the staff, it'd be impossible to defend against. Unless it pulls one of those dumb story things where he just doesn't attack for some reason. So yeah, we have to take him out now. Like, story-wise, this makes sense. It'll also make sense why all the other Ascians wouldn't do the same. They fear us. They know if we have the power to kill one of them when they attack us like this, they won't try it again.
What trickery is this? No. No. You cannot. No.
Living space.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I feel dumb for not thinking about that. The guy literally gave us the way to kill him. He let us know that the staff can gather ether super fast from everywhere. That's kind of convenient. What if we combine them? What if we take the rune off the staff and put it on the staff that Moonbrea made? Wouldn't that be even more powerful?
Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
And if not, what was the purpose of her making that thing to begin with? Maybe after this, she'll be like, "Hey, let me take that stone thing and put it on here, and it's even more powerful." Ooh.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Hey, Moonbrea, could you use the other thing that you made?
Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now. The choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder! No! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full
Remember to
oft
stay
did he
hydrated.
impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Sharlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Huh. Hey, Ninja. Also hydrate. So, my first thought about that battle was, why didn't Moonbreeder use the thing to, like, give more ether instead of sacrificing her own life? I'm guessing it's because it wasn't finished. She was still, like, you know, going around trying it on crystals. It didn't have the power to give any ether at that point. But my best guess is it's going to become the new staff. Once it's complete, it'll be stronger. And then they'll take, like, the stone tablet thing off of the old staff and put it on this thing. And it'll basically be even stronger, because, like, the staff does something, and then the stone tablet thing does something too. They'll combine and be even stronger. Also, I was right in that Moonbreeder died. It just seemed... It's hard to explain, but from, like, a writing standpoint, when she started talking about her past to us, I couldn't help but get the feeling like she's gonna die. Now, I did think it was gonna be sooner than it was, but I don't know. I just got that feeling. You know, you watch her play something, and you just get a feeling where it's like someone says something or does something. It's like, oh, this person's dead. Like, this person's going to die. Yep. Well, we took out an Ascian. Like I said, deterrent. No other Ascian will try to take our stuff again and warp in here. They might not know that we can't duplicate that again unless someone sacrifices themselves. But they won't risk it again. So that's a good thing. But I liked Moonbreeder. She was a cool science person who had a big axe. Fun combination. Never have I seen RNJ so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeda's life and mourn her passing. Crit. And that feels like it should have been the last mission of the patch, because that was some big stuff. But there might be like one or two to kind of wrap it up. Let me take a look at the missions here. Yep. Now here's the funny thing. I have a list of the missions in the patches. And the last one is literally called In Memory of Moonbreeda. I didn't read it though. I was kind of like vaguely looking over this and just counting them. If I had seen that, I'd been like, oh yeah, she's dead. It didn't even sink in. I noticed it up here in the corner and I was like, oh, well, that would have been obvious. But I never like noticed. Okay. But yeah, the PS5 updating is probably slowing Twitch down. I would imagine the wireless capability of the new consoles is much better than the old, like how it is every generation, but I still don't use wireless. I just don't trust it. Like, the wireless on my laptop, which is already like 6 or 7 years old at this point, maybe even more, is faster than... Well, the thing is, it used to be faster than my internet. Back when my internet was much slower, the connection of most wireless devices is usually faster than like the internet anyway. It's not anymore, but also there's also going to be a hard cap anyway. Just because you have a gig internet speed, gigabit, not byte, which means it's not like 1 gigabyte, it's lower. But doesn't mean you're going to get that ever. I have never gotten that speed anywhere because it's capped by the servers. Whenever I download a game off of Game Pass on Xbox, the highest I've ever seen is like 200 megabytes a second. And that's if I'm lucky. Most of the time it's like 50. But I also don't trust it in terms of connection. I feel like a wireless connection, I just don't trust like the consistency of it. All right. I think this one's probably going to be this one's probably not going to have any combat in it. As Moonbreeda was a native of Charlayan, it feeled only fitting that we gather before the mark of the scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? Are we in Skyrim now? There's a monument found at Rathfrost, and it's sacred to Thaliak, the guardian deity of the City of Learning. Isn't that my deity that I chose when I made my character? I think I chose the deity of knowledge. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. You know, one thing that kind of worries me, the light that was used to take out the Ascian soul. I mean, you can't create or destroy anything, right? I mean, I'm assuming like those laws are, well, we destroyed his soul, but it probably just became like ether again. Like the Ascians are also made of like the same stuff. It's just they don't die. They're able to come back, but we just kind of like turned it back into normal ether, I guess. Wouldn't it be a messed up fate if the Ascian soul and the soul of someone who had to sacrifice themselves in the process on the other end just ceased to be? Like their ether was just destroyed. I have yet to hear any official talk about do people live past lives? When someone is made by the ether of somebody else who died, do they have like that person's memories buried in their brain? Or is it just matter? Like thoughts and memories are not included. But if it was, would it be a messed up fate if the Ascian and the person who sacrificed themselves just that's it? Everyone gets to like be reborn in some way, but they're just done. Gone. Well, Ninja, you should, probably, I was gonna say, if you want to get used to talking a lot, do streaming. I'm already, after 3 weeks of not talking, I'm finally, like, back to somewhat normal. Also, as big of a jerk as that Ascian was, imagine the fear they would feel for knowing for the first time in forever they're going to die. I mean, if you live to be like, if you've lived for like who knows how long, the fear of death is pretty much gone. So... Alright, is it faster to, Nope, we can just fly there. Once again, there is something I would mention. I will keep... it is a bit of a spoiler, but I will keep it super vague and not mention what game it is, what anything it is. There is a... I already said it's a game, but there's a game where again, super vague. You're immortal. You basically can't die. But something happens, and that changes. And it made for a kind of messed up scene, because again, when somebody has always been immortal their whole life, they, haven't felt pain or death, and all of a sudden they do, and have to confront that, probably kind of rough. Also, no, that's too far. That's good. I'm pretty sure this was the deity god that I picked for my character. Apparently they don't matter anymore. They used to matter a little bit. If they don't matter really at all anymore, then why do they still have them? Yay! You know what that means? You'd be more comfortable for Fall Guys Season 2. Yep. Knew that was coming. That's the reason why I didn't play. I had 3 weeks of COVID break where I just didn't play anything. I had time to play through the entirety of like all the Mass Effect games. I could have gotten all 3 if I wanted to. I could have gotten all 3 of them done. But I was just out of it.
Had I been quicker or wiser.
Mm-hmm. Or better leader, or Ooh, Mexican pizza. I'll be honest. I will probably never eat one of those again. Not the one I'm talking about specifically. I think I mentioned this story a while ago. I used to work overnight at a gas station, and so did one of my friends. And we both got off midnight shift for school, right? We were both going back to school. And I think it was during the summer, like that after that, so we weren't in school at that point. Both midnight people called out one night. Both of them. Which is really bad. And my friend decided to volunteer both of us to work that night. I was not very happy about it. I was like, you volunteered me. You know that I could just say no, right? But the thing is, the management at that place was so bad, they probably would have wrote me up for it. Like, someone volunteering me to work is the same as me saying yes to them. If I had just said no and not showed up, they'd have been like, well, that's a no-call, no-show. Or calling in sick. I hated that place. I hated that place. Just the company itself. Anyway, to make it a nicer night, he brought a Mexican pizza. I think it was Red Baron, a frozen Mexican pizza that had like tortilla pieces on it and stuff. We used the bread oven to make it. And over the course of the night, we took turns taking a break and eating. And the cool thing is, it had been like 6 months since we worked midnight shift. They made it way easier. We used to have to get this giant list of stuff done from 12 to 5. They cut the list in half, at least. So it was just like, this is so easy. We got everything done in like 2 hours. Just like, this is awesome. We were just sitting in a booth eating pizza. It made both of us sick. Like, sick to our stomachs sick. for the rest of that night, we took turns, like, taking bathroom breaks, basically. Like, it wasn't fun. It's like, just from that memory alone, I don't think I want to eat one ever again.
But I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it.
Mm-hmm. And use a big axe. Yeah. I was just talking about, like, Mexican pizza in general. The idea of, like, having, like, a pizza that's more like a taco, kind of. It just, I can't see that mentioned and not think about that.
And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Oh, hey.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Did anyone else see that? I guess not. So we have, like, this flying imaginary friend now that only we can see and hear. Also, when I was off keto for 6 months and went back on it, I didn't get Taco Bell. I should have. There's a few things I didn't eat during that break that I kind of regret that I didn't. Like, good pizza. I had some pizza, not great pizza. I wanted to go to, like, a nice, like, non-chain place that I know of. There's two places. I don't know if they're still even open anymore. It's been forever since I've been there. There was one place that had, like, this really cool Sicilian-style, like, deep dish pizza that was super heavy. It was really thick pizza and lasted forever. Like, 2 slices were a pizza, basically, and there was, like, 10. I mentioned that before, too. I went in to pick it up, and I tried to pick the box up by the end. And you know how chain pizza is. It's not that heavy. There's not much to it. You can pick up the box by the very edge, one-handed, and you're fine, right? You might worry about the box. If the box is like a cheap box, the pizza's going to fall out. But these are fine. You could just pick it up by the end and just walk out. This pizza was so heavy and so thick with just bread and toppings, I couldn't lift it. It wasn't even the box. It was like I wasn't afraid the box was going to break. I physically couldn't lift the box. I grabbed it by the end and was just like, eh. It was like I was trying to lift Thor's hammer. I guess I'm not worthy of this pizza. It was so heavy. I had to two-hand it. Well, I think we're ready to start 2.55. The last patch of A Realm Reborn. Not that I'm not enjoying A Realm Reborn, but about time. So just these patches have been dragging a bit. Again, you're not meant to do these all at once. These came out with breaks in between. If I had done these like once every few months, it would have been fine. All right, Minfilia, take us into 2.5. Though we have said our farewells, Pile of Sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me. As antecedent, it is my job by the pillar of strength to be the pillar of strength for others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, but not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Kennison? Bum. Yep, we're gonna get some kind of scene too. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louis Soir, Moonbreda. You know, The rest of the no names that I don't really care about. Yep. Literally, that's what she does. Louis Soir, Moonbrega, and the rest. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Kennison. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Ooh. The light of a new day. Does that mean I can get my light protection back, please? Huh. So, this is Mask of Grief, which should be. Yep, this is the first mission of 2.55. Now, I mentioned before, I have to do the Crystal Tower quests to be able to complete one of these missions in here. However, that mission is pretty far in, so we can do that on Saturday. It'll be easier to queue for it anyway, because more people will be playing, probably. So let's just start doing these. Have you a moment, Kennison? I believe Ida wishes a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor. You would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. 1 second. I had to clear my throat there. It might have been noticeable, but I was like, you know, that thing where it's like, something in my throat. Gotta deal with it. I should consider it a personal favor. Yep, okay. She has not been herself since Moonbrega's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Yeah, she is usually pretty happy. Oh, Jay, speaking of pizza. I have the makings of kind of pizza tonight. Or tomorrow, or Saturday, whatever. Keto bread that technically has 0 net carbs. It's all fiber and a little bit of sugar alcohol. If that sounds like it's not very tasty, it's not. And I have mentioned that bread to me is more than just like the container of a sandwich. I like good bread, but it's better than not being able to have bread at all. It tastes okay. I'd say it's acquired. I think I've acquired an okay taste for it. It's not bad. I also have no sugar added tomato sauce, like pizza sauce. It only has, I think, 2 carbs and 1/4 cup. Not bad. And I also have some cheese that doesn't have very many carbs and some pepperonis. So I can kind of make like pizza sandwich. Except the bread. I know this isn't true. I know it's not, but I can't help but think it. Remember when I talked about how when you're on keto and don't intake a lot of carbs, your body doesn't hold as much water weight? Because literally, carbohydrates. Like your body doesn't absorb as much water. Therefore, when you get off keto, expect to gain 5 or 10 pounds back in like a week from water weight. That being said, I know this is not connected, but I can't help but think it is. There's such thing as dry bread. I know. I've had it, trust me. Regular bread. It's pretty dry. But it seems like this keto bread does a very poor job absorbing things. So whenever I put like a condiment on the bread, you know how when you put condiment on bread and it kind of seeps in a little bit, and when you put it on top of like whatever your sandwich is, you know, and you press it down a little bit, the condiment kind of digs into the bread a little bit, not making a mess. With this kind of bread, it doesn't do that. Like I had some keto buns a couple days ago with some burgers, and again, they're not absorbent. So when I put the ketchup and mustard on the bread and then put it on the sandwich or the like on the meat patty and cheese, most of the condiment just went and just came out the side because it doesn't absorb into the bread at all. Now I know, just because the bread doesn't have carbs in it at least carbs that affect your diet in that sense, doesn't mean the bread itself isn't absorbent. That's not how that works. But I can't help but think it is. It's kind of like a joke now to me. To myself, I guess. Because now it's like, oh, carb-free bread? Yeah, doesn't absorb water or other liquids. That's why stuff just goes everywhere. Kind of like super cheap paper towels. They kind of just smear stuff everywhere. Hey, Kennison. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? Yeah, I get it. This isn't me, but I get it. When you're the super positive person in the group of friends that you have, and like something happens personally or it's just an overall thing, it's hard when that pressure's on you because you're expected to be the ray of sunshine. But when you're having like a super down time, kind of sucks. At least I would imagine, because that's not me. But I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I found Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Rathfrost. God, this is so typical JRPG and MMO. We had a big fight and then someone died. And the very next mission, go collect a flower from a store. To be fair, other RPGs do that too. Big space robot monsters are killing everybody. Time to party. I mean, one could argue, what better time is there to party? And of course, by party, I mean my kind of party. And by my kind of party, can I get over that? No. I mean the kind of parties I had in high school. I'm going the wrong way. That consisted of like pizza and soda and video games. Where am I going? Oh, that's why I can't. It's in here. Okay. That's why I can't find it. Hello. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Not quite. Eh? They got you running errands now? Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to the bleeded market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here, then take it. And tell that Ida lass that I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that a dowdy old mask of hers. God's knows she needs to. Nah. She seems like the kind of person that would be sentimental over something like that. It's her favorite mask. Speaking of carbs. Their grand company is called Carbs. Ah, not allowed in there. But I want to be. Now, you might kind of wonder, like, why do I keep doing this to go up higher? It's because I like to angle down so I can see where I'm going better. But by doing that, I keep having to constantly do this. Also, this is the kind of mount that you don't want to go straight because the engine is just in your face the whole time. Yeah, that. Oh, you might notice I have mail as well in the top corner there, in the top right. I do. I may have purchased my one allowed mount and fashion set from the Moogle store. There was a sale. I'm not going to use them until we come back for Heavensward. The whole point is we unlock Machinist, and then Kennison has like 2 or 3 months of time off to kind of like do some tinkering, figure out the classes he wants to be, figure out the technology of his classes. So when we come back, we'll have some new fashion sets and a new mount. And hopefully I won't be god-awful at the classes. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And then I tell her I like it just fine the way it is. She says it again, and then again, and then again. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Flower. Moonbrita loved these things, you know? I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Ah, so Ishgard is in trouble. Uh-huh. Don't see that every day.
Is that what I think it is?
Like I said before, I didn't know if Ishgard being attacked by dragons was going to be a patch thing, or was going to be safe for Heavensward. But if the Ishgard fight's happening now, then...
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Oh, I miss Pray Return to the Waking Sands. I'm not sure how they do this. Either the fight's going to be this patch, or maybe it's just like a pre-fight. They send in like some little dragons, and it's like, oh, the big fight's coming. I'm just going to teleport back. I'm lazy. I'll pay 100 gil for lazy. If I feel like if it wasn't for the queuing stuff and like the long cutscene it's probably going to be, and the Crystal Tower stuff, I could probably beat this today. I think it would require a longer stream, obviously, but yeah, I'm good though. This way we just take our time. And again, if we finish early on Saturday, we can play some Fall Guys. I did mention before that Saturday streams might end up being like a mix of things. Like the Monday, Thursday game in the last couple hours could be something else, so. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbrita's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. Offenders for Ishgard. I hate to bring this up, but Ishgard doesn't seem to want to join us to defend us against the Empire because they're not under attack by the Empire. Literally the whole reason was, the Empire's attacking you, not us, so we're going to stay out of it. So why are we going to immediately jump on the idea of, like, the plan of helping Ishgard? I mean, the Scions I can see, because we do all sorts of stuff, but, you know, the envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and a battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sailed forth with a contingent of Temple Knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. Well then, you paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Korthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedent. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case? This is what I was talking about. This is what I'm talking about. The Scions helping is one thing. But you come on. Ishgard is like, hey, the Empire's your problem right now, so we're not going to help you. Though I would gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. I don't blame them. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. At least she can expect. At least she knows. He's like, yeah, I get it. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. And as that is only to be expected, rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Was it the Holy See that was the person who had two Ascians behind him? Which kind of symbolized that that the leadership and government of Ishgard was being controlled by the Ascians? At least the head person was. I guess the Ascians wouldn't like Ishgard to be wiped off the map by dragons, so... Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgarzormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Yeah, about that. Should we mention the fact that we're friends with one now? Kind of. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. Maybe I'll be like, yeah, it's not Midgarzormr, it's one of his kids. Like, how do you know that? Lucky guess. So it seemed the road leads us both to Count Drybone. Seek me out when you arrive, Kinnison. We're already on quest number 2. Oh, is it just going to teleport me? Or is this just a scene? No, this is probably just a scene. God, this place looks creepy. Why are people fighting each other? Hey, Iceheart's back. I'm still curious what her intentions are.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
That's what Midgarzormr said. The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds.
brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
So it seemed like Iceheart was neutral. He was like, this war sucks, let's end it. But now it seems like she just took off the wards. She wants the dragons to attack, to get their revenge, to get their, well, justice. I guess in this case, from her perspective. Retribution. Whatever the Ishgardians did to the dragons, maybe it wasn't so, like, two-way, where, like, they're both fighting each other. Maybe the Ishgardians did something messed up to the dragons a long time ago. And Iceheart feels the only way to get this to end is let the dragons have their blood. And then it's done. So again, I question, are we on the right side? Although she did say the father's sins. Well, misdeeds. So then it kind of comes down to a question of, if the ancestors of the current people in Ishgard are the ones that did something really messed up to the dragons, is it fair for the dragons to seek retribution on the next generation? Or the one after that? I would probably only say yes to that if the next generation or two were well aware of what their ancestors did to them and didn't try to fix it, or didn't try to do anything about it, or even worse, kept it going. Now, well, there's no question about that. If the next generation continued the messed up thing they were doing, of course they deserve something. But if they were aware of the misdeeds that were done, and they didn't do anything to try to fix it, then not saying we deserve to die, but something's got to happen. Even just, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Even just, like, officially saying, yes, our ancestors did this to you. It was messed up. Like, even just, like, you know, acknowledging it would be a step they probably didn't do yet. So, but we don't know what it is. Oh, come on. Good enough. Hey, Elf. It seems I was the swifter, Kennison. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Sounds good. Oh, I want to use my new mount. But I don't, for story purposes, I'm not, I want it to, like, be a thing that was found or made during the break while we were getting used to Machinist. I want to use it. That's fine. When I do the dungeons offline to practice during that time, I will set up the fashion sets, whether I have them now or find them later, and I will also put the mount in the rotation. Just so I get to use it some, you know? Oh, isn't this... Yeah, this is the place that leads to DLC land. Well, expansion land. Yeah. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Like I said, we think we're on the right side by helping the Ishgardians. It just feels like they're keeping something from us and history. Also, this religious rhetoric they have of, like, blasphemers, they shall pay. That's never sat right with me. Most of the time that stuff is in a game or some kind of story. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. The Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards, if our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. It does appear that she has some kind of power over people. Almost like I'd say like indoctrination, but it's something different. It almost seems like the people that follow her aren't doing it of their own free will, at least not fully. Which does kind of hurt her cause if she's all about peace. I mean, also, attacking is also hurting her credibility towards that, too. It would seem the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been troubles at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. Let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. Quest number 2. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we are bid, and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord... I'm just going to say Harkafont. I know it's not right, but we'll know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. Yeah. I'm so close, but I'm still just going to pay for it. You know full well if teleportation existed in the real world, we would use it all the time. Even if people were like, yeah, you know, actually using teleportation also, like, pollutes the world with, like, magic whatever, dark energy or something. And it's like, only use it when you have to go across the world or hundreds of miles away. You know full well people would use it to go down the street to the store. Like, humanity should not be trusted with that if it has a downside like that. It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. But you did not come here to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived, and would treat with you in the... There's that word again. Intercessory. Whatever. The talking room. Where am I going? Why am I walking in a circle? What am I doing? Also, probably not the best place to have a dragon minion out. Although apparently no one else can see it but me. Yep, let's go talk to the person. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yeah, when you're doing, like, when you're playing Stream Raiders as a captain, the streamer, you have a free battle pass, but as the viewer, you don't. I had a battle pass once on that side, but thank you for coming with such a... I read that. Yes, we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphanaud, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinine. Estinian. Which is probably not the way you pronounce it. Ooh. You have spurs? Yeah, Dragoon. Wow, you are very Dragoon looking. Also, I never really thought about it. If you took off the waist thing on both sides, and you took off the boots, and you took off the shoulder things and the gauntlets, leaving just like the pants and the chest piece, it kind of reminds me of what Fenris wears in Dragon Age 2. I mean, it's very simple. It's just like black attire armor that's like scaled, but still, it kind of like reminds me of that. Again, that's not hard to do considering it's simply just black armor that, you know, is just pants and a chest piece. They're probably also an elf, which also fits. May I present to you Ishgard's Azor Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess, I know precious little of the Order of the Dragoons. It'd be fun if the dialogue changed here if you were a Dragoon. They are formidable warriors all. Yet even amongst such masters of the lance, Estinine is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, has chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So, you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, then that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanian share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. So you stole their eye of like of one of their dragon god people? Well, I wonder why they don't like you. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. Okay. Remember when I was talking about how if Midgård Zormr had 7 kids and one of them was attacking, what name could they pull? From like Final Fantasy or just fantasy in general? Nidhogg's one of them, although I don't know. If they have Nidhogg's eye, it sounds like that won't be them then, maybe. It might be. Maybe it's a dragon with an eye patch, I don't know. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldreth, the beast is said to have terrorized Korthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldroth plucked from the from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. But if you gave him back his eye, maybe he wouldn't want to kill you all. Nah, that's probably incorrect. Oh, it is him. Okay. Oh, wait. You know, I think this kind of deserves this.
My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor.
Yay. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of the years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating. Inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms, They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. Yep. A night's sleep for them is, decade, maybe 2. Yeah. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole. Yeah, right. Yeah. Their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. Yeah. 'Tis a weakened... Wow, I read that really weird. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. Tis much I expected. This much. Wow. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns. I can't read anymore. Only Ishgard and Dravania. I think he's purposely wording it in a similar way. It's like, oh yeah, the Empire is only attacking your borders, not mine. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Korthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garleans' arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Korthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. Yep. Yeah, if the Empire comes in and is able to turn this place into other fortresses and things, that would be very bad. Especially since it borders our new home. Well, now we have to help them. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde. How can he say that with a straight face? With this new information, we would be honored to fight side by side with the Ishgardians against this evil dragon. How could you? Come on. You just said, why should we help you? Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Oh, that'd be annoying. Also, getting some Dragon Age, Grey Warden vibes from this. And the worm who roared was Nidhogg. Yep. He means to hurl his horde against Denifin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. That can be no doubt. The worm has summoned his minions to war. Okay. So once again, are we going to finish this war in this patch, or are we just setting up for Heavensward? Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. Suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. Days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. Committed to the cause. That's number 4, isn't it? Yep, number 4. I'm hoping to get to at least, I would say, honestly, 2, 3, 4. If I can get 5 more done before the night's over, I think that's good progress. And we will be completely fine with finishing this on Saturday. Except, if we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. I know it's antecedent, but either way. I just noticed something in the chat. I had to double take it. There's someone named Don Cheadle, but it's D-A-W-N. All right. And of course, being big nerd that I am, when I think the actor Don Cheadle, I immediately think War Machine. Obviously, he's had plenty of roles in movies, but I can't help but think War Machine. And I feel like a lot of the Marvel actors are going to have that problem, trying to separate themselves from those roles. Yeah, there's always going to be people that say they're fans of something, but then complain about everything. Or complain about dumb stuff. I don't know. I just always get the feeling that a true fan doesn't complain about something as stupid as that. Or doesn't gatekeep stuff. I like when new people like something I like. That should be good. Not bad. Hell, I watched someone stream Mass Effect for the first time. They got through 1 and like a third of the way through 2. They didn't like it. They weren't really enjoying it. You could kind of tell. They weren't really enjoying it. And in the end, they apologized. They were like, to anyone who likes this, it's like, I can't get into it. I think it's like, that's fine. I wouldn't want you to play it if you don't enjoy it. If I had a friend who I was like, hey, you should play Mass Effect at some time. You know, it's like, oh, cool, I might. And they finally did and didn't like it. That's fine. I'd rather they play it, try it. If they don't like it, stop playing it. That's fine. Then force themselves to continue to play it just because I want them to or people want them to. I want people to enjoy what I like, not force themselves to do it. And if you don't like it, that's fine.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Dragons. Dragons everywhere. Oh, I took a big drink that time for some reason.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphinaud is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
What are they talking about? Oh. Remember, there was that discrepancy with the Crystal Brave stuff earlier. What was his name? Real, I think? He realized, like, something wasn't right with the weapon shipments and stuff. Like, is there possibly something going on? I don't want to... I mean, man, that'd be so bad if there was. I'm not saying it's, like, evil or, like... It's just, like, maybe they're kind of doing their own thing a little bit. I have bid the Archons travel to the assigned nations. Wow, I was dying the whole time I read that. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The smaller matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alphinaud. Yeah. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Korthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slathborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Or maybe Tataru should be in charge, huh? Fast forward to Endwalker, as far as I know. Maybe Tataru is the new leader of the Scions. Yay! Nom. We are rather close to Korthus, aren't we? We best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Kennison. I have 101 things to discuss with Slathborn. Come back. Yeah, I was gonna say guess who we haven't seen in a while? Sid. But he's doing the Crystal Tower stuff, so which I have to do. So, if the Crystal Towers is mandatory, I'm kind of surprised they made it a blue, like, side quest? Why make it a blue quest if it's also necessary for story completion? Like, why not just have it pop up, go do it, and then come back, and then continue this stuff? I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Corthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would favor the return. Return? Wow! There goes like the slight dyslexic part of my brain. And I would favor the return. Yeah, I was wondering, like, why didn't it just have me stay there and do it, and then be done with it? But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about the town who will answer your call to arms. I see. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Yay, Tataru's gonna find us some allies. Nope. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay away from Ishgard. Hey. Ooh, more secret talk. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess. That ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out of the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilrid was there with the Fourth that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? Ah. God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. That ain't all. Around the time Wilrid stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. Yep, we're going back to that. So now, of course, half the brave suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folks like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's more of a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing as binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and a steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilrid's a fresh-faced novice. Oh.
Wesist Kupo knife, Wesist Kupo knife, Wesist Kupo knife.
Kupo knife. Scandy! Thank you for resubbing. Sub for 2 months. Also, I can count that towards the subathon goal. Yay. So we're at 9. One more, we can do another giveaway. Yay. Yeah, speaking of that, during the anniversary week, we'll be doing the giveaways for every 5 subs. But the funny thing is, mathematically, I needed like 30-some codes. Keep in mind, I wish I could have like a bunch of like new, I wish I could have like a bunch of like brand new AAA games to give away. But I just, I have like some codes for like some older games, it's a game, there's some decent stuff in there, but maybe someday I can do those awesome giveaways where it's like, this month's giveaway is a console, but until then. But I needed like 30 some, because it's every 5 subs up to 100, because that's like the last goal I have. Do I think I'm going to get to that goal? No, but that's the point. Have more goals than you need. That's the point. But it's going to be a wheel spinning thing of like randomness, so having more is fine. But the funny thing is, I ended up with like 80 codes. So even after this year's anniversary week, hell, I'll have codes for next year. Or maybe I'll give them away in some other way. Who knows? PayPal fought less. Oh. I usually don't have a problem with PayPal, but yeah. Now, compared to most other than this crew, Wilfred's already read that. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves numbers. And then, yeah, see, I knew that. There's something wrong here. Also, keep in mind, Wilfred's the one who was from Alamigo. Who was the one that was from Gridania that had already sold out his people and wanted and wanted like yeah. Where is he? We haven't seen him in a while. I mean, if we're worried about black market weapons disappearing and being sold for money, I kind of feel like he's my first suspect. Well, at least that means it's secure, right? There's a villain at the end of this trail. I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilfred. Any road. I mean, Wilfred also has a tendency to be tricked, so got a war to wage. So I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you. Cool. So the new grand company we created already has a problem. Doesn't mean they're bad. Think about it. In terms of, like, they're not working for the Empire, let's say, right? It could be as simple as they found a bunch of black market weapons, and rather than confiscate and turn in all of them, they kept some of them to line their own pockets. Not great, because we could have made money from that to, like, buy stuff for the entire grand company, potentially, you know? Or for, I don't know, defense of some kind. Obviously, that's not good, but at least it's not like I don't suspect anyone of being like an Imperial spy, like they were with the Ivy in Ul'dah. Still a problem, but not like that kind of problem. It's more of a selfish issue, potentially, than like a traitorous one, you know? So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, huh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege. These nobles would surely be generous with their rewards. Well, surely, yeah, I can read. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. Sure, Ishgard's got some money. Now it says they're up high. Sell my blade to these guardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay my fair share if a coin were good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watch me like a bloody hawk. He did. Still, I'd put it with worse than that for a heavy purse. Yeah. Ow. My feet. Oh yeah, I will be making my retainers at some point. That's why my inventory is a mess. But there's no point really doing that until I can level up my gathering. Because until you level up your gathering, you can't really level up your retainers for it. So, I mentioned leveling up crafting and gathering is very easy, or at least easier, in Heavensward. But the area to do it is further into the expansion. I can unlock Machinist almost immediately, which is good. Once we get to that area, I will be leveling up crafting and gathering off stream. Look, I don't mind doing that kind of stuff on stream sometimes, but I'm not going to do a stream where it's like, let's gather for 7 hours. So I'll be doing that off stream. And then I'll be able to finally send my retainers out and level them up. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than hurled behind an icy wall. Here's my argument in the favor of him going, though. He's a lancer. He's a lancer. What if the Ishgardians promised to train him in the art of the Dragoon? And a Dragoon adventurer would get more money and get more opportunity than a Lancer adventurer. They could trade knowledge of Dragooning. You know, sometimes the cursor disappears when it's on the game, and sometimes it doesn't. Like right now, it's still there. Oh, ah! I don't know if it's a time thing or what. I just pressed a bunch of buttons. Up. Nope, not all the way up. Tataru! There you are, Kennison. So, did you sway any hearts? One or two, huh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slathborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say 1 Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. I would agree. Is it? Well, for one, well, it has some advantages to it. I don't have to have a browser open for it. Although, who knows if that uses more or less CPU. There was another reason why I used it. Oh, it's also easier to capture. You can do a window capture on it and just capture that. Otherwise, you have to capture the browser with a desktop capture, which I don't like doing. And then you'd have to like crop the edges to kind of show what you want. And it is more convenient that way. Also, display capture captures anything. You know, you could technically do a window capture of a browser, but I'd still want to crop out some of the stuff. And it would capture anything in that browser. This way, it only captures that application. Also, but it has an issue though. In OBS, the default window capture works most of the time, right? But for Stream Raiders, it requires a certain settings change. Hold on, let me take a look and see what that was. I'm gonna have to flip the Stream Raiders for a second here. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, it's capture method. Most of the time, capture method is automatic, which makes sense, right? Automatic works. It picks the right one and does it. This requires you to flip to Windows 10. Otherwise, it doesn't update the screen. It'll Windows capture a frame. So yeah, for whatever reason, go ahead and see this. Yeah, it's still working. Okay. It'd be like that. It would just like stick for like 1 frame. And I skipped dialogue again. Ugh. Hate that it does that. Apparently the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishtar's plight. And they've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphanod said that they would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Yeah. Well, game capture works 95% of the time. The only games I had to do window capture for, even if they're in full screen, it literally says it's in full screen mode, but it doesn't work. FTL and Into the Breach just do not want to work with game capture. Even if Into the Breach is on full screen mode, it just will not find it. So I have a window capture specifically for Into the Breach. I mean, window capture is okay. It shouldn't need to be a thing though when you're running a game at full screen. So I'm not sure what the problem with that is. It's like, even though it's running on full screen, Windows still thinks it's windowed. Na. Good name. I didn't even notice that, really. Yeah, when you're doing game capture, stuff like that doesn't pop up. Like, certain things are built to just not pop up when you're streaming. But I guess when you do window cap, it might. Like, whenever I get an achievement in Steam, you don't see it. But I guess if I was doing window capture, you might. Also, from what I've been told, game capture works better. As in, it takes less power. Apparently, display capture takes the most power, even if you're only capturing the same thing, like a full screen game. I've been told, I've read that game capture or display capture takes a little more power. Also, I did notice something. There was a very, very slight delay increase when I do display capture. Like, very, very small. But it was noticed. Like, I noticed it. In terms of, like, OBS capturing it, meaning the audio, if it wasn't enough to, like, desync the audio, but imagine it's picking up the audio at the same rate, but the video is, like, slightly delayed. Not as much as the Elgato, so... my apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. God. Yeah, I love my council meetings with characters that have the last name Shepard. They always go well. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Yes. Dragons. We have dismissed those claims. The seat looks so big with him sitting in it. He's like a 5-year-old sitting at the table.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
That's pretty big looking on me, too. Well, yeah, okay.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Braves' intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
Well, I mean, look. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I never spam invited somebody because it was funny. They weren't streaming. But, I mean, come on. There have been times where, like, you know, in a party on Xbox playing Destiny or something, and we all just, you know, someone's like, I'll be there in a minute, and everyone just spams them with invites. But yeah, they weren't streaming, so.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many.
Well, dragons are going to be a third. Also, man, I'm getting Mass Effect Council vibes from this meeting. You know what I mean? Like, if you've played Mass Effect, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, oh, it's going to help you with your problems. Our problems are more important. We're not going to do this.
We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
I'll screw the PvP area. No one likes PvP. That's a lie. Even I was having fun with it a little bit. As a bard, I tried playing PvP as a gunbreaker. I didn't like it. I didn't like being a melee character in PvP. I feel like if I'm ever going to play PvP, it's going to be as, like, bard or machinist. Or I can see
the
healing,
enemy
maybe.
is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
Ah, other players, you mean. Yeah. Mimikudi, hello.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
And Alphanod, I feel like it would help if you brought up something else. If we help the Ishgardians survive this against, like, their foe of centuries, they would be more inclined to help us against the Empire.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest.
You tried the trial? Oh, the trial of this has so much stuff in it. Like, the trial of Final Fantasy XIV is the biggest one I've ever done, like, ever played. You could just keep playing it. It has no time. Like, you can go up to level 60, and the first expansion is in it. Heavensward, which is from what I've heard from a lot of people, the best one. So, now there is some stuff you're locked out of. You can't have retainers, so you can't store your items. You also can't use the market board. However, people can trade with you. So if you have a friend and you just want to buy like some cheap stuff off the marketplace, I'm pretty sure they can buy it for you and just trade it to you. So there's that. Yeah, there's a lot in this game. I'm still in A Realm Reborn, which is the starting stuff. I have not made it to the first expansion yet, which technically means all this stuff I've streamed could have been in the trial. Well, most of it. There's probably a few things I did that weren't, but...
If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
Oh, he's going Paragon with it. No, go Renegade. Yell at him.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Huh. Not only was she kind of out of it, she sounded different too.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Well, we know she's going to step down, so the people can rule Ul'dah. Does Raban know that she... I don't remember if he was in the room when she said that. I think he was. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of Why can't I say certain words? Inestimable, unable to estimate, danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord... I really need to learn how to pronounce these things for Heaven's Word. Hark. Yeah, Hark. And Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision. As short-sighted as it is, I strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? I don't trust Captain Ilbert. Again, that whole idea of the missing weapons and things happening with the Crystal Braves, I don't fully trust him. Because he even showed us that scene where he and the other Lalafell were talking, like whispering. Again, I don't sense anything super nefarious with them, but it's something. The assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. No, I like Ilbert. I just don't fully trust him. I think whatever's happening, he might know of or be involved. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Kinnison, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Now, I know for a fact this, according to what I've read, this patch has no missions I have to queue for. However, there's something in here you used to be able to queue for. Apparently they made it single player, so it's weird we're talking about gathering our adventurer allies like we're doing a dungeon or a raid of some kind. But then we're not going to. Report first to Sir Marcelane at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Yeah. I mean, I enjoy the game, but I do play it in spurts. This is the longest I've played 14. Without taking, like, although I was sick for 3 weeks, that was a break. But generally when I played 14 with different characters, I can go to Ishgard now? I'm assuming I can't unlock Machinist. Right? I can't unlock Machinist yet, can I? I can go to Ishgard. Or at least it's on the map. But I'm guessing I can't get Machinist until I'm officially... Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Hey, Hazel. Hazel, I am very close to getting to Heavensward. But yeah, when I played my first character, I played the game for like 6 months and then just stopped. I stopped for like 9 months. Made a new character, played that character, got a little further in the story than the first character, and then stopped for like a year. Na, 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 na. No, I will train the boy, whether you say I can or not. Because that's a good idea. Good old impulsive Obi-Wan. Oh yeah, the fat cat mount. I don't have that one, but because since I'm making more of like a Tinkerer Iron Man character in this game, I have mechanical mounts. I only have 2 right now. I have this thing, basically from Final Fantasy VI, and I have, let's see if it pops up. Yep. This contraption. I did buy a 3rd one, but I'm not going to use it until I come back from the Pokemon break. Alright. So what's the mission? You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent. Then, welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravani and skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. A pugilist? That is one of only 2 original A Realm Reborn starting classes I never played. Pugilist and Arcanist, or Arcanist, are the 2 I never tried. The Temple Knights will also, if you haven't played the game in a while, Mimikyu, apparently they changed Monk a good bit in like the last 6 months or so. All I know is there was a big update. I don't know if it was actually Endwalker or one of the updates before Endwalker that changed a lot of classes besides Monk. Monk was like left out of the changes. So it was considered to be kind of like old and outdated. Then another expansion or another patch came out and Monk finally got some work. I think that's kind of what happened to Machinist this time, right? Like a lot of classes got some reworks and bonuses and buffs, but Machinist was just kind of like left out. When the Horde arrives in Forest, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. But I want to go in Ishgard. Why won't you? If I can see the map, why won't you let me in? Come on. Let me in. I want Machinist. You can't keep me out forever. Tanner. Yeah, it's like Dark Souls. Everywhere you see, you can go. Mostly. Hey, guys. Eee! Oh, I can do the new ability. Laser arrows. Nope, they're back. All right, job done. Those 2 people are probably dead, but these 2 are alive. It's nice. Pugilist looks fun, but it's just not my class. In any game that has a character or a class that you can, I'll be honest, that doesn't look great. That texturing is don't look at that. Just don't look at it. You ever play like an HD remaster and you look at a place you're not supposed to look? Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of Final Fantasy VIII. Do you know the remastered version of Final Fantasy VIII missed entire models during the HD remaster? And not just background ones. 10 did that. In Final Fantasy X, you could find random NPCs throughout the world that still had like their PS2 textures. Ugh. But there was a really bad one in 8. There's a point where Sid is just standing in the middle of an area and you have to talk to him. He's very prominent in the scene. And they forgot to remaster him, so he looks just to be like a jumbled mess of pixels. Don't worry, I'll save you or something. Next. Did you switch, Mimikudi, did you switch to any other classes, or did you just stay Pugilist the whole time? I stayed Bard. I purposely stayed Archer / Bard for a while. I did eventually make a Gunbreaker tank, but I didn't do it until pretty far into Realm Reborn. I finished, like, original A Realm Reborn. That's gonna hit me. I wasn't paying attention. With before unlocking anything new. But it looks so much worse because it's like in an area that's been HD resed, all of it, the air, like the people around it, the environment, it looks so much worse. Although it's one of those things where people might say, oh, the HD remasters don't look that much better than the original. Are you kidding me? Fire up a PS1 and take a look for yourself. It's like they look how you think your brain remembers them looking, but they don't. Kind of like how when you play the old NES Atari stuff, you used your imagination to make things look better than it did. It's like that. Even something like Mass Effect 1 is like that. You think Mass Effect 1 Legendary doesn't look better? Play the original and then see. There's some rough areas in that game. Summoner? So you did the 2 I didn't do. What are the chances that you chose Pugilist and Arcanist? The only 2 I didn't do. Forward then back, and then forward then back. What the? Wait, how am I on this side of the... I just went over the... Wait a minute. Hold on. What is the point of the gate then? I was able to just fly over it. Sorry. Let me just do this. Alright. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements decimated, you say. Ripped to shreds, you say. Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides. Well, that's good for us, though, right? Decimated technically only means 10% loss. That's why it says decimated. Dessa, 10. So we only lost 10% of our troops. That's good, right? Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Ah. I heard Summoner got a rework as well. I generally do not like pet classes in games because you have to keep track of 2 different things, but I've heard they streamlined it. But for my character, I can't use it. My character has a bit of lore to him when it comes to what classes he is. I am a bard. I'm going to replace it with machinist. I also have red mage, gunbreaker, and sage unlocked for those roles. I'm going with more tech stuff, more skill-based stuff, as opposed to like brute force or high magic power, which is why I can't really try summoner. Now, eventually, we'll say my character grows and we can use whatever we want. But until I get through all this stuff, we're kind of set on those classes. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what you're tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishtard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we called Denephin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost lair, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. Ah, I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Ooh, who talk? Hey, the Scions! They might do something this time. The Scions of the 7th Dawn? We could not stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would be go against all that Master Louis Swall has taught us. As for where we have been, As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right, if the dragons should reach us, I'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. So, I think this is going to be a Q one, but it's going to be like with NPCs or something, because according to what I've seen on the list of quests, this doesn't unlock anything. And generally when you queue for something with a group, it unlocks it so you can do it again. Nothing says welcome on in like a receptionist. Well, yeah. A receptionist to a group of warriors. Yeah. It's like even a receptionist will mess you up. As fetching as these garments are, I feel I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Oh, you mean accompany you to the Warriors Guild? Wonderful. Then to Casa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Are you gonna be a fisher? Are you gonna be a fishing person? I mean, I'm fine with that too. I'm not sure where this is going. Why are we going to Casa del Sol? Ready to bed? Okay. Yep, we'll be finishing this up Saturday. And probably do some Fall Guys afterwards, because we'll probably finish early. Because I'm making some pretty good progress tonight. You're in vacation mode. Maybe she's just going on vacation for a little bit. This is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures. And since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Giant axe might help. What fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Oh. I actually have to do something. Okay. I like how I'm facing the opposite direction that she said. Yeah, I'm watching. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Keep going. Everything's fine. Yep, nothing coming this way. What the? Alright. I sense no danger here. This thing's actually kind of tough. Well, it has a lot of HP. But Julie, have you tried out new Fall Guys season yet? I haven't. I'll probably do it later tonight after stream. I already did my my geo farming for Hollow Knight tomorrow. I did it yesterday, so my old farming point was destroyed. My old farming point in Hollow Knight was destroyed by something I did through the game, so I had to find a new one. Oh, is he? I'm gonna get some food after I'm done streaming, and then I'll probably join him. Well fought, Kennison, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. Ugh. So named for the reddish hue. They were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep, the Flamen waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Lominsan markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent. And tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Kennison, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? This is so weird. This is like a final goodbye. It's just like, there she goes. And I never saw Tataru again. That was, yeah. Yeah, that was, Like a shark comes out of nowhere. Well, man, it would have been fine if you just had a giant axe, wouldn't you? Wait. Oh, I didn't even notice. I didn't notice this whole time. Midgar Zormer's on my shoulder. I didn't even notice. I mean, I'm seeing him flying. I wonder how it chooses when he's flying around and when he's on my shoulder. Because when I have Koala out, he's always on my shoulder. We happy? Yay, we're happy. Yay. Hey, Hugabert. I'm gonna say hey in the free company because someone said hey. I'm being social. Hey. Welcome home, Kennison. I gather you found Tataru in Limsa Lominsa? Why, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspected it will prove to be valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Hey. So, how many quests do I have left? Which one was that? Where we are needed. And she also, what is the, oh, that was an unexpected ambition. That's what it was. I only have 1, 2, 3, 4. I only have 6 quests left. I only have 6 quests left. And then I have to do the crystal. Yeah. I can do like the next 2 quests, and then I have to do the crystal tower to be able to complete this the third or fourth one down here. Huh. Oh, no, it's the next one after this. Okay. And then I can get Machinist. We will definitely be finishing early on Saturday. Saturday is going to be like half this, half Fall Guys. You know, speaking of that, Julie, I think you saw it. When I did a randomizer of Final Fantasy, when I did a randomizer, controller, please. Controller? Hold on a second. Controller, it moved for a second. It's what is happening? How is the analog stick working, but nothing else is? Maybe it's because I'm stuck in that menu. Yeah, it was probably just doing something weird. I couldn't use like the cursor either. That was weird. All right. Anyway, I did a thing in Mass Effect 1 where I randomized it, and my Shepard was like purple and had weird facial expressions. So I did a thing like he had two facial expressions that reminded me of that music video. And so I went into it and just like slapped his face on top of like the face of the person singing. It's only like 8 seconds long, but I'm actually thinking about making it a like a cheer GIF alert or something. Just out of context, it makes no sense. But yeah, there are a lot of cutscenes. That's part of the reason why I wasn't going to attempt to finish it tonight. I've heard there's a lot of cutscenes in the last few missions. So Saturday which is why Saturday will be like half this and not just like a third this. Let's do this mission, and then I might stop. I mean, it makes sense to stop here, right? Because the next mission requires Crystal Tower, so let's do this one. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now, I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Kennison. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltene were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You are truly a pillar of strength. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Yay, escort duty. Oh, the best of missions. Who doesn't love escort missions in games, right? Speaking of KOTOR 2, KOTOR 2 might have one of the worst escort missions in the history of escort missions, because the pathing for the NPC is broken and just doesn't work well at all. It's incredibly annoying. It's one of those super annoying ones that takes 5 times as long because the pathing's broken. Kennison, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you? Our misfortune is becoming a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior of light himself. Need I remind you that we have three scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. Well, it's just weird to me because couldn't they just give the NPC in KOTOR the pathing of your teammates? Like have like a third teammate of sorts added to the party so they follow you closely and don't get lost. Like the pathing in KOTOR 2 is actually better than in 1. There are places in 1 where your teammates can get stuck and you can't zone. You have to wait for them to catch up. KOTOR 2 doesn't have that problem. So why not just give him like companion AI and he just follows? I don't know what the problem is. Ugh. Yeah, there's also that. A lot of games that have escort missions, if you have to follow them and you either lose or they stop moving if you go out of their radius, they're always a weird speed where if you walk, you're too slow, but if you run, you're too fast. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Kennison, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need is to follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Kennison, in spirit. We shall be together every step of the way. Uh-huh. In spirit. Ugh.
Shepherd!
Shepherd?
Remember to stay hydrated.
Oh, damn. Bottle done. Man, remember when I said I was going to do 6 bottles of water last week and I kind of failed? I'm only doing 4 bottles now because I think 4 is fair. In fact, I believe the usual, like, how much water should you drink a day was 8 glasses, right? Glasses is kind of vague. But 8 glasses, if a glass of water is supposedly 8 ounces, which isn't a lot, honestly. That is 64 ounces. Well, 4 bottles of water is about 64 ounces. It is, do some math here, 64, 66, give or take. So it's close, very close. And the amount of water that's in, like, the food you eat every day is going to make up the 2. So, you think the updated recommendation is half our weight in, what? Huh? Huh. I mean, thing is, though, I don't know how much water weighs. You don't measure water in pounds. So, I feel like that's a thing where it's like, how do I know how much water that is? 90, well, that's not too bad, I guess. That is about 6 bottles of water. Okay, yeah, I was like, but that seems impossible, but let me hear her out on this. It seems impossible, but all right, which means I should drink whatever my weight is now. Well, that would be about 60. Well, no, that's 1/3 of my weight. What am I doing? For some reason, I had 1/3 in my head. 1/2 would be 90. Yep. Yep. So I should do the same, but that would be let's see, 64. Yeah, that is about 6 bottles of water. Ugh. Well, to be fair, there's water in other stuff. There's water in plenty. Everything you eat has water in it. Everything you drink has water in it. This nasty tea I'm drinking is literally 99% water. So, if you drink soda, it might be unhealthy because of all that sugar and stuff in it, but it's still mostly water. So at least there's that. I've been drinking a little soda. The healthiest soda I can find, which is still not very healthy, but I found one that has, I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Stevia or stevia? I've never actually heard it pronounced. It's like a plant-based sweetener that doesn't really affect your blood sugar. So technically you can drink it on keto. I wouldn't go crazy with it. But, I see I'm hearing 2 different things. Plant sugar. But yeah, I mean, it's okay. Acquired taste. It's acquired taste. Not bad though. I'm actually thinking about buying a variety pack that's on Amazon for $15. It's a little expensive because it's like one of those, like, you know, it's like a specialty soda, so it's going to be more expensive. But it's $15 for a variety pack of I don't remember how many come in it. Oh man, how many come in it? I don't remember now. It's like 20. And I think it comes with 2 of each. I've had some of them already. I've had cola, cherry cola. The ginger root beer is actually pretty decent. I don't remember what else I had. I'm thinking about getting it and trying them on stream. Every day having like a different flavor and just seeing how I like it. Oh, we've already reached the sub goal for this month, by the way, for the subathon September thing. It was only 5, so it's like I knew it, I figured a couple resubs would get us there. But it's going to be a tier stream, a tier making stream. I'm going to do the usual. I'm going to do some usual stuff that you would expect, like Final Fantasy characters and games and Mass Effect, but we're also going to do some dumb ones like cereals and just some fun ones. Maybe I'll also do a tier list for the Zevia drinks. This stream sponsored by Zevia. Hey, they want to. At last the Scion's man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Issamhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Do you, I hear talking to? I mean, I'm the hero of Eorzea. I have never had Pepsi Max, so I have no idea. Yes, there is no healthy soda. I feel like there is no such thing as healthy soda, because even with like LaCroix, which is just like seltzer water with like a drop of flavor, that drop of flavor probably has some stuff that probably isn't too healthy in excess, but I just feel like kind of like candy. I feel like there can't be such a thing as healthy soda. Neutral, maybe. I would say LaCroix is neutral. But Zevia, like, let me get a can. Hold on, I think I have a I actually have a can right here. I have a can of the cherry cola. Naturally flavored. This does contain caffeine, which is fine. I'm fine with caffeine. In fact, caffeine's good for keto. 0 sugar. Here are the ingredients. Carbonated water. Stevia leaf extract. This has something the other ones don't. This has tartaric acid. Most of the others don't have that. Maybe it's just the cola part of it. Natural flavors, citric acid, caffeine. That's it. No artificial sweeteners, no other random preservative crap. I'm not sure what the tartaric acid is, but this is the only one I've read that on. So I also have a regular one here. Yep, this one doesn't have that. It just says all that but that. So, but yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, there's an obvious difference. Big obvious. I don't care what anyone says. If anyone says that they say that diet something tastes the same as regular, maybe there's like a 0 version of some kind that might taste similar, but no. Someone told me one of the best diet sodas was Diet Dr. Pepper because it tastes almost the same as Dr. Pepper. I've had Diet Dr. Pepper. I cannot stand it. It was the worst diet soda I've ever had. My dad drank Dr. Mountain Dew. Yeah, Dr. Mountain Dew. My dad drank Diet Mountain Dew because he said it tastes a lot like regular. To me, it does not. Mountain Dew tastes like sugar, the drink. There's so much sugar in that stuff. Diet Mountain Dew, I can definitely tell it has less sugar in it. Well, yeah, like once you drink something enough and don't have the original, your brain's kind of like, yeah, this is the same. I don't mind artificial sweeteners taste-wise, but they're just not that great for you. I was looking up if I could have soda, if I could have 0 version of soda on keto, like Coke Zero or stuff like that. You can, but they have artificial sweeteners that might not spike your blood sugar. like regular sugar would, but they're just not good for you. This stuff has like nothing in it that's considered bad for you. So it might not be good for you, but it's definitely neutral. Although again, in excess, I'm sure it's not good for you. But yeah, being on keto, I've learned to tolerate certain tastes. Stevia is one of them. It's okay. Also, sugar alcohol. I'm kind of used to it by now. Also, Mimikyu, you mentioned using stevia for like diabetes. Yeah, it doesn't spike your blood sugar. I'm again not a doctor, but it either spikes your blood sugar less or not at all. So it's better for you with that. In fact, when I took a cough medicine when I was sick with COVID, I wanted something just to kind of knock me out a little bit and help with the cough. I had to find diabetic Robitussin because no sugar. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at the appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Just gonna give you one good push here. Aha. But something I didn't know. You would think keto would be great for someone who has diabetes, right? No sugar. Or very little sugar. But there's a problem. There's also the idea that if your sugar gets too low, that's also bad. I don't fully understand how that works, that like sugar is bad for your blood sugar, but also you need it kind of thing. Apparently there are two forms of keto that you can get into if you go like super keto. Like I mean like restrict your diet entirely. There are two versions of it. Ketoacidosis is one of them, I believe. Or maybe it's called the same for both. I'm not sure. But basically, if you don't have diabetes, it's fine. If you don't have diabetes and you get into that like super keto mode, you're fine. There's no difference. In fact, there's no reason to. I read that there's no difference in fat burning either way. So you're kind of just restricting your diet for no reason. Kind of find that balance, that sweet spot there. If you have diabetes, apparently it's deadly. So, yeah. That would mean that keto might be somewhat good on when you have diabetes. Just don't go too far with it. But I feel like that's kind of too much of a risk, right? I see we have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though if I could make one suggestion, you may try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Mold awaits, shall we? Uh-huh. Well, the thing is, I haven't been to the doctor in forever. I know I don't have diabetes. If I did, I would not be alive. Because when I was on keto for a while, I had these test strips. Now, they're no longer accurate. Once you've been on keto long enough, they just don't work anymore. It'll say you're not in it, but you are. But when I used them, I got into that mode where I was like as low as possible. According to like the scale, I was the lowest possible. If I had diabetes, that would have been bad. So, also, as far as I know, no one in my family has it. And that is, I believe, one of the ones that's hereditary. So at least that's one thing I don't have to worry about. Awesome. Except that means that what that means is I can intake more sugar, which is bad for me. Okay, not much. I mean, it's a victory. No one wants diabetes, but at the same time, it's like, oh, that means I can binge sugar. which I'm not doing anyway. All right. Ugh. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Oh, as far as, like, that kind of stuff goes, they're more than accommodating at making an appointment because they will take your money. Every system has its pros and cons. With ours, I've never found it that hard to get an appointment places like that because it's built on capitalism. They can't make money if they don't see you. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps they should come as no surprise, I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabout. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. I have not been to the doctor in a while, and when I did, I went to the, the doctor that most people in the U.S. have to go to most of the time when it's not life-threatening. Emergicare. Yeah. Which kind of feels, it's kind of funny. Going to Emergicare, it always feels like I'm getting my car tuned up or something. That's what it always feels like. Because it's like the lobby reminds me of like a car place. It even has like vending machines like the car places do. It just, I don't know, it's such a weird feeling. Urgent care is so dang, is it? Well, here's the thing. I think we have an urgent care here. But we also have what's known as Emergicare. Similar, but I don't remember it being expensive. Maybe urgent care is like a different thing. Forward, then back, and then go forward and back. Well, the problem is a lot of urgent care type places don't take certain insurances. So for people that actually have pretty good health insurance through their work, it's actually cheaper to just go to a doctor. Because a lot of urgent care places don't accept, stuff. In fact, one of the health cares I used to have a while ago, they didn't accept that either. So. Oh, is it? Oh, damn. Interesting. Yeah. I have not been to no offense to the doctors who work there. I'm saying I haven't been to like an actual doctor's office in such a long time. Every time I went to Emergicare, it was like, here's the reasons why I went to Emergicare for the last decade. Back, foot, pneumonia, back. See a nice pattern going there. Actually, they don't give out the same stuff anymore. The first couple times I went there for my back, they gave me a muscle relaxant and Vicodin. They don't do Vicodin anymore. That's probably a good thing. As before, my guardian, pray lead me to my task and ensure our safety. Yeah. I will say the doctor that I saw the last few times I was there, which was like years ago, was pretty good. Like they actually, like, they were like the way that they did stuff and talked to me and like their attitude reminded me of like a doctor's office. But there was a period of time there where the doctor that I saw a few times was kind of a jerk. He was kind of a jerk. You could tell he didn't want to be there. It makes me think at some point one of the doctor's offices in this town maybe did like a rotation there. Maybe they were required to work a certain amount of times or days there, and he just didn't want to be there. This data should prove invaluable to, ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal, or awful. I have never had that done. Ever. The only thing I've ever had done to my ears at the doctor was they looked inside them for a bit, and then was like, okay, you're good. When I was younger, I had a few ear infections. I was kind of prone to those, but it went away. Once I was like 5 or 6, never got it again. You choose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it? No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eurasia's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. Now, I believe this is the one I can't complete unless I do Crystal Tower. Okay. I'm going to take it just so I have it, but... For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's Font. The ambient ether concentrations that are there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now come along. Uh-huh. I wonder why I can't complete this without doing that. This requirement will occur at a time to every purpose. Oh, it's the next one. It's not this one. Okay. I misread it. Oh yeah, there are some skins in Stream Raiders that are just like, they're just the thing. There's no difference. They're just the thing that they are. But, again, they're almost impossible to find. Yep. I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to pick a class one day and just go on. I actually did that once with the Rogue. I scrolled all the way down. Just kept going. It just kept going. And the further you go down, the more laggier it gets. At least on the app. I was doing it on like the desktop app. Maybe the browser works better for that. But once I scrolled like down like 100 times, it just took forever because it would take forever to load. Because it kept loading in the animations. It would be nice if there was like a database of them that was easier to search. Forward and back. You know, it's funny. Just like mentioning the UK and like, there is a Pokemon event going on right now at video game stores in Europe. I would love to get the codes for it. Like if there's someone who can get them that doesn't play Pokemon, I mean, but the problem is it says Europe. What it really means is 6 countries. That's it. And unfortunately, as far as I know, I do not know anybody currently that lives in those 6 countries. Maybe one. Maybe one. I honestly don't remember. The last time there was an event like this, I think it was in more countries. So I have to be more specific with my memory. In fact, I think that person's in Scotland, not the UK. So, I don't remember. Most of them are what you think they'd be. UK, France, Germany. I think Netherlands is one of them, actually. Oh, I'm trying to remember. You know, I could look it up. I'm kind of curious now. Let me open up Discord here. All right, Discord. Let me go to my Pokemon server that I'm in, and I'll just click on the Twitter link that's in here probably. Yep, there it is. That's going to open up a browser, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. Okay, here we go. God, there's so many things to scroll through in here. Here it is. Got it. In UK and Spain, they're at game stores. There's a store called Game. They're also in Scotland, but I guess Scotland isn't getting the codes. And then, oh, no, it's more than 6. Hold on. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's only, well, hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's in 9 countries. UK and Spain. It's in Italy, Ireland, and Germany at GameStop. Apparently GameStop is in those 3 countries. It's 8 countries. Oh, and then France, a place called Micromania. And then Netherlands and Belgium. Game Mania. So there you go. Also, Scandy, you specifically asked Belgium. So yes, it's in Belgium. Again, it says Europe. Europe has a lot, has more places than just these. It's kind of weird they said Europe, but it's just like, it's just these. I just kind of, I know states are different than countries, but it just kind of feels like this is in the US, but it's only in these states. It feels weird. Oh, do you now? Well, the event's till September 30th. If they happen to go to a Game Mania store, which I guess is GameStop in Belgium, and happen to get a code, I mean, I would be interested if they don't play Pokemon. A lot of the stores will give people only one code, but you can always go back like 2 days later and get another one. But yeah, if they don't play Pokemon and they happen to go to a Game Mania, I mean, oh. I mean, I'm not asking you to ask both these friends for codes, but I do happen to know somebody who plays Pokemon in the US, a friend of mine, who would also love to get some codes, but can't. So, only one. I mean, I'm not asking you to contact both these friends to ask for codes, but, again, if it was Scotland, I know someone who lives in Scotland that could get me like a ton of them. I'm sure she goes to Game all the time. I'm sure she would be willing to get like a couple codes every couple days. So, but I guess Scotland isn't a thing. Maybe I could check. Maybe they have them for some reason. All right. Anyway, bit of it's all right. Okay. I mean, I have those Pokemon. I was able to trade for all 3 of them. The problem with that is you get Marshadow, Volcanion, and Genesect. The problem is all 3 of them were trades, which means I can't confirm if they're legit or not. They could be hacked. Is it that big of a deal they're hacked? Not really. I traded in good faith, so it's like... Also, the Genesect I got was... that one I think might be the biggest chance of being legit. But the Marshadow and Volcanion I got were touched, meaning they were used in combat. Whenever I get legendary mythical Pokemon from events, I like them to be the level you got them at, with the same moveset. Unfortunately, the Marshadow and the Volcanion are level 100, not 50, and their moveset has been altered. So, in fact, I think the Volcanion doesn't have its move, Steam Eruption. Only Volcanion can learn that, I think. And whoever used it in combat deleted it. For some reason. So I would like to have my own set. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Now, the US is actually getting an event in a couple days, I think. Shining Eternatus from Gen 8. But unfortunately, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be a code. I read that it's going to be a Wi-Fi distribution. Which means I won't be able to, like, return the favor and get someone, like, an Eternatus code that doesn't live in the US, because it's going to be Wi-Fi distribution. And you can only get one per game. Same for the code, but you can at least give the code to somebody else with their own game. With a Wi-Fi distribution, you only get one. So... Yes, quite high. Yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else. Be a shame if this person was attacked and I wasn't there to help him. Something else. Scion! Scion, come here! I need you! Oh. Is that Wilrid? It is. Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. There you are, Kennison. Ori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one. No. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or shield. He was betrayed. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause has Wilward to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, Kennison. I and the boy's remains. He should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. So he was asking questions, probably. He knew something. He was going to tell. I forget who you were talking to, but someone... Oh, Rio, I think? I think he mentioned that Wilward was going to tell him something, but he disappeared before he could. There's something not right about the Crystal Braves. There could be a reason why only 3 grand companies are a thing. And the fact that we're already in one doesn't make too much sense with also being in the Crystal Braves, kind of, or helping them, but it's possible the Crystal Braves end in a very violent way. Or they're a thing the entire time. Who knows? Well, people that have played know, I guess. Well, I was going to say hi to Tataro, but she's not here yet. Oh. She disappeared into the sea. As Julie put it, she's going to become an undersea warrior. Kinnison, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Yeah, Wilrid's dead. Wilrid, dead? Mayhap murdered? I have a 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphanut at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilrid's family. Nuts, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? But I am sorry, Kennison. Doubtless this weighs heavy on your heart. We have already imposed upon you so much. Pray take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations at the bank as the banquet draws near. Should other adventurers summon you elsewhere? Perhaps now is the time to heed their call? Yep, there it is. You must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. I'll take the money. Well, before we're done with 14 for the night, let's go to the Golden Saucer and get our 3 mini Cactbot tickets. And on Saturday, we can check the lottery when it's drawn. We'll probably be playing Fall Guys when the lottery's drawn in 14. But we can always pop on after we're done for a few minutes to check it. I'm in the wrong place. I said Cactpot, so I came to the Cactpot. of like when you're writing something and you say something and you write down the word you said. Okay, let's go for that big 10,000. 9, 8, 1. Well, that's an 18, which is only worth 1. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, these are terrible options. We can't get 24. We can't get 6. I mean, we can't even really get 16, 18, 19, 20, 21. No, we can't even get 21. Well, we could, but not from what I'm seeing. I thought maybe if one of these was a 7 and the other was a 5, we could do it, but the 5's up here. These are not good options. I kind of want to go. Let's do this. Yeah, that's probably the best I could have done. Well, oh, that's 21. That's worth 1,000. That's good. It's impossible to get 24 or 6 because of the positioning. Yeah, I'm taking that. Good. Well, no 6. But a possible 24. Yeah. Not bad.